Members on their feet, take your seats. Yes. Okay. Take the nearest seats. Honorable members, welcome back. I warmly welcome you back to the House after your brief recess. As we resume our work, I trust that we will complete all pending priority matters before the close of this final segment of the fourth session. It's worth noting that under our standing order, several bills and other items of business will lapse at the end of this season. I therefore direct the clerk to devise a procedural mechanism that will preserve any critical unfinished business, allowing it to resume seamlessly in the sixth session. As you may be aware, the National Assembly and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, have since 2009 jointly convened annual dialogue under the Speaker's Round Table. These sessions gather leaders from the House, key parliamentary committees, and prominent stakeholders across pivotal economic sectors, agriculture services, including tourism, finance and retail, manufacturing and technology, for open, informal exchanges. The goal is to gain a cleaner grasp of the obstacles confronting these industries and to pinpoint essential legislative and over the past 14 years, these engagements have proved indispensable, yielding policy and legislative reforms that have profoundly shaped our economy. From these collaborative forums have sprung vital legal changes that strengthen the business landscape, accelerate economic growth, and advance national development. To this end, honorable members, the 2025 Speakers Roundtable engagement is scheduled to be held from 6th to 8th November 2025 at the Pride Inn Hotel, Mombasa County. The meeting will be held under the theme, From Policy to Practice, Delivering a Practicable and Competitive Investment Climate. As such, the primary focus of the 2025 Roundtable engagement, their visit is aimed at strengthening their committee's oversight and legislative role in these critical sectors. On behalf of the House, and indeed on my own behalf, I warmly welcome them to the Parliament of Kenya and wish them fruitful engagement and a pleasant stay in our country. Karibu sana. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. You may take your seats, honorable visitors. Honorable members, the next communication is to inform the House on the election of Dr. Beatrice Adagala as the Vice Chairperson of the CPA Africa Region Exco and Senator Tabitha Mutinda as a board member of the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and IMF. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that I am in receipt of communication from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA Africa Region Secretariat, conveying a notification of the election of the Honorable Dr. Beatrice Adagala, member for Vihiga County, as the Vice Chairperson of the Executive Committee of the CPA Africa Region for a period of 1 year covering 2025-2026 term. This is a significant milestone not only for Honorable Dr. Adagala personally, but also for our Parliament, as it underscores the recognition and confidence placed in our institution within the wider Commonwealth parliamentary community. Accordingly, this communication serves to formally appraise the House of Dr. Adagala's elevation to this important prestigious position. I hasten to mention that we've just come from a meeting in Bridgetown, Barbados, where Beatrice Adagala very ably chaired the meeting for the African group in the presence of yours truly. And she couldn't resist referring to yours truly as Papa Waroma. Honorable members, in the same breath, I wish to inform the House that Senator Tabitha Mutinda, nominated senator, has been elected to the board of the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and IMF for the period 2025-27, representing East Africa. This international body promotes transparency, accountability, and inclusive development. Her election is an honor for Kenya and our region, showing growing confidence in our leadership. It also strengthens our engagement with the global financial institutions and discussions on development. Members, take the nearest seats. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I have a petition to present regarding regularization of various public forest land claims. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matters within its authority. Further, Standing Order 225-2B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Honorable members, Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 2016, the 2016 Cap 385 provides for the revocation of the registration of a public forest through a petition to the National Assembly and outlines the specific steps to be followed in consideration of such a petition. Honorable members, in this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry, Dr. Deborah Barasa, concerning the regularization of various public forest land claims. Honorable members, in the petition, the Cabinet Secretary notes that the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry is mandated inter alia to formulate climate change and environmental policies, promote low-carbon technologies, restore and protect strategic water towers, control pollution, conserve wetlands, manage forest resources, and promote afforestation, reforestation, and agroforestry initiatives. Honorable members, the Ministry indicates that it has received several petitions from members of the public claiming settlement within various public forest lands across the country. In response to these claims, an interministerial committee was constituted to investigate and review the matters. Additionally, several petitions seeking the degazettement of public forests have been presented to this House and referred to the Public Petitions Committee. Honorable members, the Ministry reports that the findings of the Interministerial Committee reveal that the areas under claim are currently inhabited by persons engaged in non-forestry activities and who have resided in those areas for prolonged periods. Honorable members, the Ministry further informs the House that following a review of the committee's report, the Kenya Forest Service Board, in writing, did recommend the regularization of these settlements through the variation of the respective forest boundaries in accordance with Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. Honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary clarifies that following the recommendations of the Kenya Forest Service Board, the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry prepared and submitted a joint cabinet memorandum on the determination of public forest land claims. The memorandum was duly considered and approved by the cabinet, thereby authorizing the variation of the affected forest boundaries to regularize the said settlements and forward it for consideration and approval by Parliament. Honorable members, consequently, the petition is presented to the House pursuant to Article 37, 62, and 119 of the Constitution, as well as Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, which empowers any person to petition Parliament to recommend the variation or revocation of the registration of a public forest. Honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary avers that the Ministry intends to execute the degazettement in phases prioritizing the following forest areas. A, South Nandi Forest, Chepkumia Block, declared via Proclamation number 76 of 1936 and Legal Notice number 174 of 1964, having a total area of approximately 17,960.5 hectares. The petitioner avers that the farmers from the hilly terrain of Chepkumia exchanged their land with forest land. The proposed area for degazettement measures approximately 989.17 hectares and is now fully settled. B, Tarbo Forest Manzini Block, declared via Legal Notice number 145 of 14th June 1968, having a total area of approximately 7,404 hectares. The petition avers that this was intended for settlement of landless quarters in 1995 within the Manzini Forest Block was in Gishu County. The proposed area for degazettement is approximately 1,241.5 hectares and is now fully settled. C, Mount Elgon Forest Jepyuk Settlement Scheme, declared by a Proclamation number 44 of 1932 and Legal Notice number 174 of 1964, having a total area of approximately 91,997.16 hectares. The petitioner avers that the Chepyuk Settlement Scheme was established in 1974 to settle the Elgoni Dorobo community previously residing within the moorlands of the Mount Elgon Forest Reserve. Phase 1 of the approximately 3,568 hectares was excised via Legal Notice number 51 of 1974, while in 2016 the Cabinet approved degazettement of 4,647 hectares at Phase 2 and 3, which are now fully settled. D, Shiru Shaviringa Kakamega Forest, declared via Proclamation number 14 of 1933 and Legal Notice number 174 of 1964, having a total approximately of 23,777.30 hectares. The petition avers that the Shiru Shaviringa Settlement Scheme was established in 1988 as compensation for land acquired of public facilities including Vihiga District Headquarters, Mbale Hospital, and Okoli Secondary School. It is proposed for degazettement of 94.99 and 36 hectares for Shiru and Shaviringa areas, respectively, and both are fully settled. Honorable members, the ministry concludes by praying that the National Assembly A, urgently approves the variation of the boundaries of the following public forests to regularize existing settlements. 1, excuse me, South Nandi at Chepkumia area, approximately 989.17 hectares. 2, members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats, Mama Machakos. I repeat, urgently approves the variation of the boundaries of the following public forests to regularize the existing settlements. 1, South Nandi at Chepkumia area, approximately 989.17 hectares. 2, Tarbo at Manzini area, approximately 1,241.5 hectares. 3, Mount Elgon at Chebiuko area, approximately 4,647 hectares. And 4, Kakamega Forest at Shiro and Shaviringa areas, approximately 94.99 and 36 hectares respectively. Considers the petitions and issues appropriate resolutions in accordance with Article 119 of the Constitution and Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act. Honorable members, having confirmed that the issues raised in this petition fall squarely within the jurisdiction of this House and that they are not sub judice before any court or other constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition seeking the degazettement of specified public forest lands in Tarbo, Manzini area, Mount Elgon, Chebiuko area, Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviringa area, to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry for consideration and a report to the House in accordance with the petitions to Parliament procedure Cap 7E. Since the petition concerning the South Nandi Forest at Chepkumia area is already under consideration by the Public Petitions Committee, I direct the committee to prioritize and conclude the deliberations on the matter. I now, therefore, direct both the Departmental Committee on Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry and the Public Petitions Committee to expeditiously consider the petitions and report their findings to the House for consideration in accordance with Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 2016. Cap 385, and Standing Order 2272. Karemba, your committee was under scrutiny by the House Business Committee. I know you are a new chairman. There is apprehension that your committee doesn't process business quickly. I know that you are a new chairman. I hope you live beyond the conduct of the previous leadership. Otherwise, we will shift the petition to the Environmental Committee. Yes, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this chance. I want to congratulate and thank the CS Environment for bringing this petition to the House for the matter concerning the various forests that are being degazetted. And you'll notice, Honorable Speaker, that some of them came in use as early as 1964, others 1974, and others 1988. Specifically, I want to speak on the Shiru Shaviringa forest, which was actually created, the settlement was created in 1988. That the people living in these areas have suffered a very long time, and that they have been living there without the surety that they should develop the land on which they are living. They have been unable to do permanent structures on that land for all those years since 1988. I happen to have taught at Moigas Vokoli, where some of them left in the years 1991, 1992, but still these people don't have the title deeds. And even those who left areas of Mbale, where we have the district headquarters and the Mbale hospital, are still suffering up there. And therefore, this is a petition which I will call upon the committees that have been given this mandate to execute very quickly so that these people can get their title deeds and start living a normal life. They can take loans on the title deeds that they'll be having, because currently as they live there, the land they have cannot be utilized business-wise. They cannot use the title deeds, which they don't have, of course, to take loans and develop those places. And I would want to ask the committees that have been given this mandate to execute quickly so that the people of Shaviringa, the people of Shiru, can get their title deeds and start being normal Kenyans with title deeds operating on that land correctly. I would also indicate that the petitions committee, like you have indicated, should also quickly execute the one of Nandi, because it is true that even that one came early, and by now they should have executed so that the title deeds should have been given out by now. Honorable Speaker, without much ado, I want to thank the CS for that and ask this House to quickly expedite, because these are members of our community who are living almost like squatters on land that otherwise they surrendered because they wanted public utilities like Moi Gas Vokoli, like Mbale district headquarters, together with Mbale Hospital to exist, yet they have suffered the punishment of having to stay without title deeds for now more than 40, 30, and even some 50 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Lelmengit, take a minute each, or 2 minutes at least.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. First, Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Ministry for Environment for expediting this process of the degazettement on land exchange programs. Also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Petitions Committee for bringing forth and also visiting the sites in Chepkumia. One of the areas that is affected, Honorable Speaker, on this land exchange program is Chepkumia in Emgwen constituency in Nandi County. Honorable Speaker, this has been long overdue. Since these people have been out there, Honorable Speaker, for the last almost 30 years, they have not gotten their rightful title deeds, and they also live in inhabitable areas, Honorable Speaker. This comes at the right time, Honorable Speaker, so that these people can be resettled on time and be given their rightful rights, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in Chepkumia land exchange program, we remember the people of Ngerek, we have the people of Koibem, and there are also other territories, Honorable Speaker, for Kiptuya in Kapkangani. Honorable Speaker, I will still come to you on the same, because they are also submitting their petitions, which will be coming to this House very soon. I would also want to add for the areas of Kobujoy, which they have public offices, which also requires your attention, Honorable Speaker, so that we can have this land exchange program solved and settled once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also thank you for the effort that you've put in place, having visited your office a number of times. Thank you, and I know the people of Emgwen will enjoy their rightful title deeds and ownership of the land. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Yes, that is who. Kitayama, Marwa, sikuone vizuri. 2 minutes.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue nafasi hii kushukuru na vile vile kushukuru serikali kwa hatua ambayo wamechukua. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, inashangaza sana na inasikitisha sana kwamba wakati ambapo tunafanya jambo zuri kwa upande fulani wa nchi na pande nyingine ya nchi kuna shida. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu ya Makalda, wakati ambapo walileta petition katika kamati hii ya Petitions Committee, wakati tunaendelea kuangalia mambo hayo ya forest ambayo ilikuwa gazetted kinyume cha sheria. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kabla hatujaenda hatua, usiku wa manane wizara hiyo iliweza kufanya gazettement na kuweza kutuweka sisi kasa njia panda. Watu wa Makalda na wao wanalilia haki kwamba wakati ambapo wazungu wameondoka, wameenda wale walikuwa Makalda Mines, eneo lao lot limegeuzwa, limekuwa ni forest kinyume cha sheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, na jambo hilo liko katika mbele ya kamati ya petitions. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naona hapa kuna unyanyasaji unaoendelea kwamba wanapeana kwa mkono huu.
Order Kitayama. Order. Kama hilo jambo liko mbele ya kamati ya petitions, sio hukubaliwi na standing orders kulidiscuss hizi. You are anticipating debate.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na wao walijua hivyo, lakini wakaendelea tu wakavunja sheria hivyo hivyo.
You will say all those good things you are saying when the petition report is filed and open to debate.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Nashukuru sana. Mama Dagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time, and also I want to thank members for congratulating me, having been elected as the Vice Chair, CPA Africa. Mr. Speaker, I also want to echo on the petition that is going on about the gazettement of and ensuring the people of Shiru, Shaviringa, the people who migrated from Mbale, who paved the way for the county headquarters to be constructed, and the people of Vokoli, who are moved to those sides of Shaviringa. I want to thank the ministry for bringing in this petition timely. As you can even remember over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, there is somebody who has been in the mortuary for over 6 years just because of land issues. And land issues are very emotive. We have struggled with the leadership of Vihiga County to ensure our people who are settled in Shaviringa and other areas in Nandi to be given title deeds, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I have to thank the ministry for coming up with this petition so that it can be worked on very fast, so that our people who are in Nandi, who are in Shaviringa, who are in other areas, please, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say thank you for this, and it should be worked on urgently so that our people can be settled and live a dignified life like other Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's good to be back here after the short recess. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 04, 2025. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of 1. Development of school infrastructure in Nyamira County project, credit number KF Loan 853, State Department for Basic Education. 2. East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration Project, East Strip, IDA Loan Credit number 6334 KE, Ministry of Education, State Department for Technical, Vocational Education and Training. 3. East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project, ES-TRIP Grant, Credit number 6334 KE, Kisumu National Polytechnic. 4. Garissa University. 5. GOK UNICEF Education for Young People Program, State Department for Basic Education. 6. Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, IDA Credit number 6268 KE, State Department for Industry. 7. Kenya Institute Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. 8. Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation Project, IDA Credit number 7450 KE, Kenya Development Corporation. 9. Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Disbursed Linked Indicator Program, credit number 7063 KE, Teacher Service Commission. 10. Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, grant number D991 KE, Teacher Service Commission. 11. Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Project, IDA, grant number D991 KE and credit number 7067 KE and grant numbers TFC 306 KE and TFC 307 KE, State Department for Basic Education. 12. Lake Victoria Water and Sanitation Project, grant number CKE 1093-02M, credit number CKE 109301L, and EAB number F1 number 083890, Serapis number 2011-0619, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency. Number 13, Multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communications Transport, MLVMCT, Kenya Maritime Authority. 14, National Council for Population and Development. 15, Northern Water Works Development Agency. 16, promotion of youth employment through scholarships phase 2, Wings to Fly 4, project grant number BMZ number 2018-67399, State Department for Technical Vocational Education and Training. 17, secondary education quality improvement project grant credit number 6138, KE Teachers Service Commission. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, support to technical vocational education and training for relevant skills development project, TVET project phase 2, ADF loan number 21001500333295, State Department for Technical Vocational and Education and Training. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Owen, who is your chair for labor? Yes, Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 4th November 2025. Report on the Departmental Committee on Labor on approval hearing of Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Approval hearing of a member of the appointment for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration.
Okay. Takupa.
Thank you.
Go on, Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion on the following, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission laid on the table of the House on the Tuesday, 4th November 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 7, Subsection 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Section 3 and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves appointment of Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chonga. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, Donya, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you said about motions, I was waiting for a response from the motion that we had tabled to your office about the T bonuses, Mr. Speaker. We have not been given any communication.
Can you check with the table office?
No, they are not giving full information. They are saying that you have to permit.
Pardon?
You have to give permission. That's what they said.
The speaker doesn't give permission, he approves.
Then they don't give correct information, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. That matter is very oppressive, Mr. Speaker, to our farmers. We are not really feeling well about it. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, when you are not there, they paid farmers 10 shillings. What can you buy with the 10 shillings, Mr. Speaker? You can't even buy a matchbox. 10 shillings, Mr. Speaker, per bonus. Is that okay to the farmers?
Oh.
We've missed to give our farmers equity, respect. We have treated them like second-hand citizens, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Donya,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
can you see the speaker in the office tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning?
I've not even said yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll see you tomorrow and welcome back.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Order. Allow me to acknowledge in the speaker's gallery Kenya basketball referees officials from Starehe, Nairobi. Thank you. and 2 CITAM schools from Eldoret, Kapseret constituency was engaged. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome you to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Oh, yes, Bashir?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to raise a matter that is very, very important.
Order. Take your seat. Take your seat. I know I gave you an opportunity. I'll give you when we reach that order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, Commissioner Macau. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have been requested by the member for Elgeyo Marakwet County, Caroline Ngelechei, to give an opportunity to make a statement about the tragedy that befell their county and the country indeed. She's not available today. She will do so tomorrow at 2:30. But the honest as a house, I think it's important that we show empathy and solidarity with our compatriots who have suffered a terrible tragedy through mudslides and the floods in Elgeyo Marakwet. I've seen in the media that the body count is reached about 30, and we're still counting. So as a responsible house, as we wait for Ngelechei's statement tomorrow, whereafter I'll allow a few of you to send messages of condolences and empathy, it's important that we be upstanding and observe a minute's silence. May the souls of the affected compatriots rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Those who will wish to make a comment on this tomorrow afternoon. Next order. Yeah, order 7. Okay. Bashir, now you can...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order on a matter that is very, very important to this House and the members. The matter concerns the 22 and 10% of the Kera constituency roads that have now been drastically reduced through a letter by the DG Kera on 31st October 2025. Honorable Speaker, Kera roads and CDF are equalizers across the country. And it's unfortunate that both CDF and Kera are under attack from various institutions of this country. Despite the fact that both these two funds are so dear and resonate well with the constituents and the locals back home. It's unfortunate that the reductions were almost a whopping 52%, if not more. That itself is too drastic for such kind of reductions. Honorable Speaker, remember, we already have an outstanding amount of 18 million that have not been sent to the constituencies as part of the agreements. As we speak, KWS and the counties have been given their money, but the constituencies have not received the 18 million. I don't know why members of parliament or this house is taken around or is held in contempt. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that is very, very important. The CS has 10%. If there are gaps to be filled, I think he is able to use the 10% that is under his docket for his reallocations. But trying to readjust, especially downwards, the 22% and 10% of the constituency roads is rather too unfortunate. We expected an upward increase. We decided to let it go and say, let it remain as it is, as we passed on in this house. Now it has been reduced drastically. These are roads that affect the local Mwananchi on the ground. As I said, it's an equalizer. There are certain constituencies that cannot get other funding from other road projects. They only wait for the 22 and 10%. Now that has been reduced. Where do they go? Where do they go to? I think this is a matter that is very, very important, that this House needs to discuss it, and in fact, to do away with all businesses and even some on the CS for roads and transport. We will not be taking this thing lying down, Honorable Speaker. I want to urge the members of this House to flex their muscles for once and tell the executive that is trying to do this, that this is not going anywhere, and we're not going to accept it. Enough, as has been said, is enough. We are going towards elections. There are certain roads that have not been done. We have commitments from the constituents. In fact, these reductions affect so much such that they've already done procurement in terms of advertisement. Now, you have advertised for works and services, and then you are saying it has been reduced. Honorable Speaker, I want this House to stand tall for the first time and tell whoever has written this circular or this letter that it is not going anywhere and that they must withdraw it, and that the CS himself, no another person, must come here as early as tomorrow morning to answer to the members on this matter. And therefore, I urge this House to suspend all businesses to discuss this matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable Bashir, I gave you an opportunity to raise a point of order, not to incite the House. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order, Kimilu. Order. It's out of order to shout the way you are doing. Honorable members, indeed, the Honorable Bashir saw me in my chambers, and I raised this matter before the House Business Committee. Members who attend the House Business Committee know this. And we directed the Majority Leader, Owen Bayer, who was in attendance, to liaise with the Chair of Roads, the member from Dia, and the Minister of the Ministry, so that we do not engage in haphazard discussions, to bring a comprehensive response to this statement tomorrow at 2:30, whereafter you will be able to enrich whatever will be before the House. And if, as your Speaker, I find that the explanations are inadequate, I'll direct the Minister to appear here the next day so that he can be able to answer your queries. Owen Bayer, that's what we agreed in the House Business Committee, right?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, yes, we did agree on the same. As matter was raised there, and Honorable Speaker, I'm in touch with the Cabinet Secretary, and he's studying the whole scenario and will give us a statement tomorrow.
GK, and yes, GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have raised the same matter with the Cabinet Secretary and the DG, Kera, and we have agreed to work on a better formula so that our members are satisfied. Now, honorable members, I think if you agree to listen to me, what I'm saying is that we will want to work with a formula that will not disadvantage us. As a member of parliament, I will not be happy with any reduction of the 22 and 10% allocation. and I will support that we get an increment, not a decrease of the amount.
So members, can we deal with this tomorrow? Okay. Yes, Kainan, what is it? I thought we discussed this in the House Business Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Bashir. In addition to this, there is also the issue of the court case between the Council of Governors and the Ministry on the same levy. And in the last Kamukunji, Mr. Speaker, none other than you has truly informed us that everything has been sorted out. As we speak today, the Council of Governors got their share. KWS also got their share. What is missing is still hanging is about 18 million from every constituency. We'll also want to know as they respond the whereabouts of that figure, because we agreed here, it was consensus, the court case was withdrawn, the Council of Governors got theirs, KWS got theirs, Kenya Forest Service also got theirs. So where is the 18 million that is missing from each of the constituencies? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, as also you attempt to solve this, I want to urge the chairman, my good friend, the chairman Rhodes, it is unfair for this House to agree on a formula and somebody in the executive just goes behind somewhere, revise the same, and bring the same as an agenda. I think it is the high time, and I want to agree with the Honorable Bashir, that this House must be respected, and we deserve better, way of seeing things than the way we are being treated right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's leave it there. We'll deal with this tomorrow at 2:30. GK and Bayer, make sure that you come with not only a response, but a reasonable and acceptable response. Yes, Wamboka?
The same breath, Honorable Speaker.
You said different. Now you say on the same breath.
No. It's a different issue, Honorable Speaker. Restoration of the glory of this House. Honorable Speaker, Treasury is micromanaging the National Assembly. That today, if a member wants to travel outside of this country, the Treasury is expected to deal with that issue based on a member-to-member basis, Honorable Speaker. They are also purporting to run our payroll, Honorable Speaker. It is now happening differently because initially, once we pass monies in this House, the budget for National Assembly would come after the clerk applies, and then the clerk would deal with us. But now what is happening, Honorable Speaker, is the micromanaging of the National Assembly by the Treasury, Honorable Speaker. We would need the Minister for Finance to give a statement about this, Honorable Speaker. It has affected even the constituency offices for both NGAF and MPs, Honorable Speaker, that it is even delaying disbursements because now they have put so many bottlenecks, Honorable Speaker. Your guidance, please.
Honorable members, the Speaker is not aware of any attempt to micromanage Parliament by any department of government, and indeed if there was, it will be resisted. Number one, when you travel out of the country, it is exclusively in the purview of the Speaker to give you authority to travel or not to travel. There's no appellate structure to that, and the Treasury does not come in. In the event that your trips don't materialize, sometimes it may be due to general delayed exchequer releases or accounting issues. Number two, this House is one of the three arms of government, independent and interdependent with other arms. And there is no way we can be micromanaged by anybody. We are an independent Parliamentary Service Commission, and any delays in disbursing money even to your offices, I always instruct the clerk to communicate with members. Sometimes we hold Kamkunjis here to deal with it. And the head of the Treasury now, the Honorable John Badi, is an immediate former member of this House. If we made an attempt to micromanage this house, it will not be misguided, but it will also fail. So Wamboka, rest assured that no such thing will be allowed to happen. Yes, in Zambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we debate and discuss about the 18 million, we have also not received a 2024-2025 6 million from each constituency, from Kera. And I cannot hear anyone asking about it. Not unless it is only my constituency which has not received the 6 million.
All of us.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we discuss about the 18 million, we have a balance of 6 million for 2024-2025, which has not yet been dispersed from the Kera kit. Yes. So I was wondering if it is only my constituency which has not received, or it is all of us.
Owen Bayer, you note that
Thank you.
with the karaoke. Yes, Junet, did you?
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with members that this issue of RLMF must be dealt with, as you directed, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important matter to the House, Mr. Speaker, and it needs to come to a conclusion because we have discussed it for quite some time now, before we even went to recess and after that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to also bring to your attention a principality that we have been using in this House, Mr. Speaker, on issues like the ones that has been raised by my colleague, Honorable Wamboka. Mr. Speaker, there are issues that we need to deal with them at Kamkunji level. Issues of emoluments, issues of travel. Because, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is not loved in this country. So when you bring it on the floor of the House, those kind of issues, it has very negative implications on Parliament, Mr. Speaker. It's like when you are, when you want to shave your hair, there are hairs that you can shave in the public and there are others you close yourself in the door. So, Mr. Speaker, now if we shave those kind of hairs outside here, people will fight us, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to guide the members who are maybe still learning the process. There are issues that we need to shave internally. So please, those important issues, request the Speaker as the head of this place to call for a Kamukunji, then we deal with those ministers properly. But the issue of RLMF is a public issue, that one is okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I want to repeat, honorable members, there is not a single soul that helps the Speaker to manage your travels. Any member who travels under the approval of Mr. Speaker and nobody else. So all of you who travel know that the Treasury has nothing to do with it. And when I give Wanjala or anybody an opportunity to travel, we don't seek the Treasury's concurrence. You travel because the authority of the Speaker has come your way to travel. So let it be very clear. At least here, if you have any issues, the Treasury is innocent. Let's deal with our issues here. Jen Kihara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. On the onset, let me congratulate Dr. Beatrice Adangara and Rehab Mutinda on their new assignment. Congratulations once more. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping I would be able to read this statement before the start of KCSE, but I'll, however, read it because...
If it's overtaken by time, you can state and go and recast it and bring it within the context of what is happening today. But it's up to you, it's your statement.
Let me read it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, 2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Education regarding exclusion from our students from schools on unpaid school fees. Honorable Speaker, the continued exclusion of Form 4 students who started their exams yesterday from school for unpaid tuition fees poses significant challenge, particularly as they approach the 2025 KCSE, whereas sending them home is driven by schools' efforts to collect unpaid fees. The practice not only intensifies financial strain on low-income households, but also disrupts learning. It also threatens to undermine the current and future academic prospects of the vulnerable students and jeopardizes their preparation for a critical milestone, resulting in education inequity. Honorable Speaker, the excluded Form 4 students, particularly in schools within Naivasha constituency, are forced to miss out on critical study time while still being expected to excel in their exam. This disruption heightens vulnerability of affected students to negative peer influences and social vices such as drug abuse and alcoholism. In desperate attempts to raise school fees, many students resort to hazardous casual labor or extreme cases, immorality, exposing them to unsafe environment and significant health risks. These challenges not only jeopardize their academic performance, but also increase the likelihood of long-term consequences, such as academic failure and compromised future opportunities, perpetuating cycles of poverty and marginalization. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Education on the following. Actions being taken by the Ministry of Education to address the exclusion of those students from schools within Naivasha constituency, ensuring their prompt return to class and prevent academic setbacks and safeguard their future opportunities. And, Mr. Speaker, measures being taken to ensure that Form 4 students remain in school despite outstanding fees and interventions by the ministry to cushion schools from financial strain due to low capitation or lack of school fees. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Education, yes, Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me before the chair, as I also support Honorable Jane. But, Mr. Speaker, this matter we canvassed before we went to recess when we were discussing the issue of capitation. And, Mr. Speaker, it was raised on the floor, the matter of sending students home. It's something we need clarification. And I say that because the CS is meant to appear this week, Mr. Speaker.
The CS will be here tomorrow at 3.
Yes. So my point is, Mr. Speaker, the CS, maybe through the leadership of the House, should tell this House the directives and circulars they issue to the schools. Do they count, Mr. Speaker? Because there was a circular on the time of attending classes. There was a circular that students should not be sent home. There was a circular, Mr. Speaker, of even not holding certificates in school. But they are all not being respected, Mr. Speaker. So we expect that when the CS comes tomorrow, these are the issues he should also refer to, so that he's actually briefed, Mr. Speaker, to brief this House. Are they just mere papers, or are they just PR management of members or students, Mr. Speaker?
Why you notify the CS on those additional concerns for tomorrow? I don't see the chair of education. Any member from education? Yes, Gisairo, 2 weeks. Tell your chair. Bernard Kitur. Bernard Kitur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the operations of multinational payment and services, MasterCard Incorporated and Visa, incorporated in the country. Honorable Speaker, the National Payment Systems Act, Cap 491A, provides the framework that govern electronic payments networks. These networks facilitate electronic transactions by linking the banks, merchants, and consumers to facilitate secure and efficient payment processing. MasterCard and Visa card electronic payment systems have been operating in the country since 2012 and 2016 respectively, offering payment solutions widely used by financial institutions and consumers in the country. However, noting these systems are foreign-owned entities that process significant volumes of transactions, there is need to ensure transparency, accountability, and compliance with the national financial and tax laws, including the remittances of taxes to the government. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the following. Number one, the number of people and institutions integrated into the MasterCard and Visa card payment systems in the country, categorized by financial and non-financial institution, and the type of card being debit, credit, or prepaid. Secondly, the total value of transaction processed by MasterCard and Visa card over the last 3 financial years. Third, the status of tax compliance by the 2 payment systems, including details of taxes remitted to the government in the last 3 financial years. Number 4, the mechanisms implemented by KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority, in assessing and collecting taxes from global payment systems, and any challenges encountered in the tax assessment and collections process. Number 5, a comprehensive report detailing the data protection mechanisms deployed by MasterCard and Visa multinational payment systems, including the geographical location of their data storage services. And number 6, Mr. Speaker, is a report examining the billing currencies utilized by MasterCard and Visa card with a focus on adoption of local currency billing to safeguard foreign exchange. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Finance. Any member, Owen Bayer, tell Chair Finance 2 weeks to bring a response.
Obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Joyce Kamene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request for a statement regarding the status of Matungulu Farmers Company Limited. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives regarding the status of Matungulu Farmers Company Limited, which is in Muthesia, Masinga Sub-County. Honorable Speaker, Matungulu Farmers Company Limited was established as a land buying public company with 114 members and acquired land in the year 1969 and 1970 financial years. The company remained largely inactive until 2011, when the new directors were elected. Since then, the company has only held 2 annual general meetings in 2012 and 2013. In 2019, the title deeds were issued to members but later revoked as they were found not to be genuine. In 2025, concerned members sought clarification from the Registrar of Companies and discovered that the company's original file had been closed and a temporary file opened. The temporary file indicated that in January 2025, the directors resolved to convert the company from a public to a private entity with only 46 members. On this, 5 members were allocated 20 shares each, amounting to 100% ownership, while the remaining members were not allocated any shares. Further, one of the directors listed in the file is deceased. These developments raise concerns about transparency, governance, and protection of members' rights in the company. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Trade, Industry, and Cooperative on the following. Measures being put in place by the government to reissue the title deeds for land acquired by Matungulu Farmers Company Limited in 2019 and later revoked. Circumstances under which the original company file was closed and a temporary file opened without the company resolutions by the Registrar of Companies. 3, measures being undertaken by the Registrar of Companies and the other relevant agencies to safeguard the rights of members who have been unlawfully excluded from the company. And finally, steps being taken to ensure that directors who may have engaged in fraudulent activities be held accountable. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Trade and Industry. Marianne, can you bring a response in 2 weeks?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Ade Wario, North Horr. Member for North Horr. Request dropped. Responses. Karemba. Yes, I allowed you to request for a statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for statement regarding delayed payment of farmers in the Runyenjes constituency by the New Kenya Cooperative Creameries, New KCC. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding delayed payment of farmers in Runyenjes constituency by the New Kenya Cooperative Creameries, New KCC. Honorable Speaker, the situation facing dairy farmers in Runyenjes constituency due to delayed payment from the New Kenya Cooperative Creameries, New KCC, is a matter of serious concern. Despite consistent supply of milk to the company, farmers have experienced delays in payment of their dues of up to 4 months. These delays have adversely affected their livelihoods and pose a significant threat to the sustainability of the dairy farming within the constituency. The lack of timely payments has constrained the ability of farmers to maintain their herds, meet operational expenses, and sustain household incomes, thereby undermining economic stability in the region. It is therefore imperative that the new KCC takes immediate and decisive action to address these delays, restore confidence among farmers, and reinforce the resilience of the dairy value chain. The long-term success of dairy farming and the livelihoods of rural communities that depend on it relies on restoring trust through timely and complete settlement of all dues owed to farmers. The new KCC should therefore endeavor to ensure that farmers are paid promptly. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1. Measures being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development to ensure timely payment of dairy farmers. And 2. Timelines within which farmers in Runyenjes constituency will be paid their arrears. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Karemba. Yes, Julius. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to appreciate the request of statement by our honorable friend, but to ask that when the statement is read, let it not be limited to Runyenjes. This is becoming a serious problem, actually, that calls upon the minister in charge of new KCC to come to this house and explain why from July up to now, farmers have not been paid. And they are constantly supplying milk to KCC. Our farmers are almost pouring the milk because there is nowhere to take it. When they take it to KCC, KCC sells their milk but does not give them their money. So this statement should not even be couched as diplomatically as the member is saying it. They should just tell us when they are paying the farmers, because it's a nationwide thing. It is not limited to Runyenjes.
Yes, Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate
You are joyriding. Just go ahead and ask what you want to ask.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, the other day, I asked for the same statement. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, a team of a committee went to Sotik. And that is exactly one of the issues which were raised. The farmers in my area have the same problem. Mr. Speaker, we would like to understand the statements which are being given here without any action. And this is a sure way of killing KCC, Mr. Speaker. We need to have some serious discussion on how to make KCC function. Otherwise, we are going to have KCC going away and dying the way it died earlier. Thank you.
Chair Agriculture. Where's the Chair Agriculture? Is it cooperatives? Yes. And trade. Marian?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, it is a trade committee that handles KCC, so within the same 2 weeks, we should be able to give the statement here.
Okay. Omulher.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding a tragic explosion that occurred in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, on 31st October 2025, 3 children were involved in an explosion following detonation of an explosive device in Alungu in Mandera County, in Lafey constituency. The incident resulted in the untimely death of a 9-year-old child while undergoing treatment, while 2 other children sustained severe injuries, including a 5-year-old child who tragically lost an eye. The heartbreaking incident, a strange object which detonated upon interaction. The devices are alleged to either have been left behind by ex-militia on training or planted by cross-border terrorists. This incident has caused immense grief and fear among residents, raising concerns about the possible presence of other unexploded ordinances and the overall safety in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, a report on the circumstances surrounding the detonation of an explosive device in Alungu, Lafayette constituency on 31st October 2025. 2, immediate measures that the government is taking to support the affected families, including medical and psychological support. 3, measures being taken to ensure the safety of the residents, including identifying, recovering, and safely disposing any other unexploded ordinances. And 4, the long-term preventative strategies that the government is putting in place to enhance community awareness and strengthen collaboration between security agencies and local administration in identifying and reporting suspicious or hazardous materials. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, when can you bring a response? 2 weeks?
Yes, 2 weeks.
Thank you. Next, a response to Naomi Wako's statement by Tongoyo. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, Speaker.
Sorry. Yes, Omolher. Give her the mic.
The statement is directed to Defense and National and Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee.
Not security.
Not security.
Okay. Owen Bayer inform Defense and Foreign Relations to bring a response in 2 weeks.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, before you make a response, let me acknowledge Mudangari Primary School from Mavioya in Muranga in the public gallery. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In regards to the statement being sought by the member for Marsabit County, Honorable Naomi Wako, who had sought in particular the disappearance of Mr. Galgalo Baganja Malicha, and she wanted to know investigation into the disappearance of the said person, the action being taken by the security agencies to update the family and ensure the missing person is expeditiously traced and reunited with the family, and the perpetrators of Violence Act are brought to the books and the measures put in place to ensure the safety of residents of Sololo Sub-County. Honorable Speaker, on the 31st August this year, Mr. Guyo Yacho, the chief of Galole location, reported a shooting incident at Sololo Police Station via OB number 1431/8 of 2025. He reported that a gang of about 10 with masked faces and dressed in military gear aboard a Land Cruiser and another brownish saloon vehicle, both without registration number plates, had invaded a residential plot within Golole Center. And a police officers from Sololo Sub-County visited the scene and established that a Borana male adult, Mr. Galgalo Boganja, was allegedly abducted during the incident. Further, the victim's wife, Dami Bonaya, was physically assaulted by the attackers. An assault and abduction report was booked at Sololo Police Station via OB number 639/2025, and the injured was escorted to Moyale Sub-County Hospital where she was treated and discharged in stable condition. Investigation into the matter commenced immediately, and 3 witnesses' statements were recorded, and a signal of the missing person was generated and circulated as a search of the victim began. Subsequently, an inquiry file number 4 of 2025 was opened by the DCI, Sololo Sub-County, and the preliminary investigation established that the vehicle used by the assailants could not be traced since they had no registered number plates, and the area lacked CCTV coverage, which complicated the effort to track their movements before, during, and after the incidents. Although 3 witnesses provided statements, their accounts did not clearly describe or identify the person involved, and no additional witnesses have come forward with critical information that could further assist in the investigation. And the police inquiry file, Honorable Speaker, file number 4 of 2025 remain active with ongoing efforts focusing on tracing the victim known as associates, frequent locations, and liaising with the relative and friends. And the case is still under active investigation. On the second, Honorable Speaker, so far no leads has been established regarding the whereabouts of the missing person, and the case is under investigation, and the police shall update the family on any new development concerning the whereabouts of the victim. And Honorable Speaker, on the measures being taken in the residence of the sub-county of Sololo, the government is employing several measures to enhance security in Sololo, to include intensifying both mobile and foot patrol, establishing temporary checkpoints and along key routes and access points to monitor the movement and intercept any highway criminal activities, and enhance surveillance to ensure quick police response, and the revitalization of the community policing committees to strengthen collaboration between community and the police, and the community engagement and public sensitization through the public barazas and consultative forum to sensitize residents on security matters. Signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I also thank the Chair for the response that he has given us from the Ministry. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the response is not satisfactory at all, because even after the Minister to say that they have not even been able to trace the vehicle and also to trace the abductors. So I want to plead that the investigation goes on and they give it proper attention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, and as I indicated in the statement, we'll keep giving the update later to the family whenever we get.
Professor Guyo Jaldeza, Tongoyo, you have a statement ready?
Yes, I do, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence. This statement was sought before, actually, we break for recess, and I didn't respond to. And the member actually had indicated that he will prefer to have the committee visit the area for fact-finding. And we had actually prioritized. We know we just reported today. And we are trying to prioritize to have the committee visit the area as a matter of fact-finding.
The member came before the committee?
We had talked with him.
Okay. Professor, is that...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the chair is a bit confused because we raised the question here, though we talked, and I had appealed that the statement which I got today, we had agreed that the committee needs to visit the area to verify for themselves. I also shared with him some photographs of the act of arson by the police. And it's only good that they visit the site and come to know.
So to cut a long story short, Professor, you want them to visit the site?
Exactly.
Engage with them, then they visit, then thereafter they bring a comprehensive statement.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, next order.
Order number 8, the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the conduct of public participation, to give effect to the constitutional principle of participation of the people enshrined in Articles 10.2, 69.1d, 118, 184.1c, 196, 201A, and 232.1d of the Constitution, and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, exceptional motion, tributes of the House. Mover to reply.
Honorable members, before the mover replies, we had agreed in House Business Committee that we give 3 members on either side, or at least 6 members for that matter, Thereafter, we'll call Honorable Junet Mohammed to reply. Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just so that I know how I organize my thoughts, how many minutes do we have?
You have 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving us this opportunity because we didn't have the opportunity the last time. But I want to indicate that it's very difficult to talk of Baba in the past tense, though we know that he is mortal and we knew that he would die at some point.
Hold on, Millie. There's a point of order from Tongoyo. What is it?
Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry for this interrupting. It is not related to what he's saying, but I just want to follow up to what the professor wanted. Having seen the complicity of what is happening in Moele, I need your indulgence, Speaker. I think probably we need to have a joint visit together, our committee and the Committee of Mining, because this is the miners and probably even trade.
Write to my office, I'll consider. Go on, Millie.
Mr. Speaker, Baba was larger than life, and it's a reason that it's very difficult to imagine his demise. And Mr. Speaker, when I speak with very many people, you discover that they have not come to terms with the fact that Baba is no more. Mr. Speaker, I have engaged with several politicians and leaders, even those who have vehemently opposed him in the past. But very interestingly, you find that Baba had such a big impact in their political life. He held the hands of many people. Mr. Speaker, Baba embodied the values that are dear to me and to many Kenyans. He embodied justice, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, inclusion, including ethnic inclusion, and also the inclusion of women, youth, and marginalized, and also differently abled persons. Mr. Speaker, his inclusive nature sometimes played out even against his own ethnic community. Mr. Speaker, in this House, I've seen times when Baba has actually sacrificed a qualified Luo in order to include a minority, Mr. Speaker. I know, for instance, without naming names, that in the past, election body, Mr. Speaker, that actually did happen. Mr. Speaker, some young people have seen who have largely misunderstood Baba and have been talking against Baba. But Mr. Speaker, in due season, they will actually learn. When our politics unfolds, they will learn that Baba held a significant part in the politics of this country. And one day they will understand the sacrifices that he made that many of us have never made and we're not likely to make. Mr. Speaker, Baba also invested in the mentorship of people with potential, a fact that was even recently acknowledged by Wamunyoro, even though he also had to throw a jibe against other members of parliament, which is unfortunate. But he did acknowledge that Baba identified potential in people like me, a very good lawyer, a very good politician. I didn't know my potential until Baba brought me here with a nomination. So, bad girl, Mr. Speaker, as a member is shouting. I am a beneficiary of his benevolence, and so are many people here. Mr. Speaker, Baba guided me through very difficult political challenges, and as politicians, we at times weather great storms that are known to many, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at one time during my first term in office, the swords and daggers that were drawn against me were too heavy, Mr. Speaker, that are actually unknown to many people. Wrote a letter of resignation as a member of Parliament of Mbita. Mr. Speaker, I took my letter of resignation to Baba. And Baba spoke to me and held my hand as a daughter and talked to me and guided me and told me that he believes in my ability to fight those battles. And Mr. Speaker, I am serving my 4th term because Baba held my hands even in those difficult moments. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to indicate that I am very happy and glad that I got the opportunity to say goodbye to Baba 2 days before he left. And we know that he's not coming back again. And I'm glad that his best song also happens to be my mother's best song, the Jamaican song. Mr. Speaker, each of us has a purpose, a God-given purpose in life. Baba knew his purpose. He lived his purpose. He served his purpose. What about us? Even when we are politicians here in the House. And I'm glad at the way Baba was celebrated, not only in Kenya, but globally. And for the people who doubted who Baba was, I can tell you for a fact that in our lifetime, no other leader will ever be celebrated the way Baba was celebrated. Joey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Jen Kihara.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the same tone of saying that Baba was a great man. May he rest well. I happened to serve in this house with Baba in the 9th Parliament, with you, Mr. Speaker. So at least I have that advantage of knowing him. But Mr. Speaker, Baba will be remembered for many things, for his unwavering commitment to democracy and human rights. He was selfless and a great patriot. Baba was instrumental at the start of my politics. Mr. Speaker, you remember the NAC movement when my husband was in the hospital, and I'm the one who was campaigning. I went to Mwenge House. I told the officials there that I need somebody to come to Naivasha and campaign for my husband. Because we had a Safina candidate who was strong and my husband was also strong. We realized we were going to split that vote. So Baba came and did 2 meetings that were so great, which changed the tide. Mr. Speaker, when it was my turn to be elected in the by-election, Mama Ida Odiga came to campaign for me. She brought a whole battery of women politicians to campaign for me. So what I remember him for is that our house or our family owe him a lot. Mr. Speaker, when my husband's body was coming from South Africa, it was only Baba who came to meet the body. And he made sure that my husband's body did not go to the cargo terminal, but the passenger's terminal. That's where he received the body. Mr. Speaker, at the funeral, Baba was available to come for my husband's funeral. So I remember him for many things. May he rest well. He has worked so hard. And like Honorable Millie says, I don't think there is any leader who has been buried with dignity the way Baba has been buried. I was here when the founding father died. I've been around when we have lost those great men, but none of them has been buried the way Baba has been buried. So may I give my condolences to the family of Baba, ODM fraternity, and all Kenyans for the respect they showed that great statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also take this opportunity to also pay tribute to the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Kenya's biggest defender of human rights and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I got the news of Baba's passage when I was in London with my party leader. We had gone to meet a few Kenyans out there, and he quickly cut short his trip and came back. I remained because of the engagements that were there, but also had opportunity to mourn him and celebrate his life with Kenyans in London, in a place called Thatched House. So I did what I could by bringing together the Kenyans there. But Mr. Speaker, I was with Baba in 2022 in Washington, D.C., just before the last election. And when I got there with him, he had to also cut short his trip to come back because the late Honorable His Excellency Mwai Kibaki had passed on. And so this was the second time I was out with a prominent leader in this country, and then somebody passed on. And I'm even scared now of traveling, Mr. Speaker, because, I mean, it really touched me, because I was wondering what happened. I traveled with Baba, Kibaki passed on. I traveled with Kalonzo, Baba passes on. So I've also been asking for prayer so that it doesn't affect me. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that many people have eulogized Baba and know him from maybe what they read in books. Because Baba, is battled, detention without trial. He's battled bullets. He's battled tear gas. But, Mr. Speaker, I am one of those that has actually been in the trenches with Baba. For the last time, since I was elected from 2013, I have been with Baba. We've supported him 2013, 2017, 2022. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually a living casualty. And I have a permanent injury, that I achieved or I got when I was in the trenches with Baba. So when I eulogize Baba, I'm eulogizing someone that I believed in, someone that I know had the interest of Kenyans at heart and fought so that Kenya can be a better place. Mr. Speaker, in the remembrance of Baba, the Wipe Up Patriotic Front that I represent in the House and the community of elders from where I come from, which is Mount Kenya South, that is Lower Eastern, we will be actually going to pay our tribute to the family and the family of Baba on Thursday this week. And Mr. Speaker, this is because when we had the funeral, my party leader could not get enough time to eulogize a person that he has stood with for the longest time. I mean, 3 political seasons. And so he got like a minute or two, and the deputy president was pushing him and telling him, you have to hurry up, and he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do. So we are going to go there on Thursday so that we can pay proper tribute. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that in remembrance of Baba, I want to caution those that keep talking about Baba and having negative connotations. They are leaders, and I will start with the governor of Nyeri. Mr. Speaker, I was not happy when I heard the comments that the governor of Nyeri made, because the governor of Nyeri implied that it was a positive thing for Baba to have died. That is a shameful act, and that is something that we condemn in the strongest possible terms. Mr. Speaker, I've also had another leader from Sugoi who recently said that, now going into the next election, he has no competition because Baba has passed on. That one is also shameful and cannot be condoned. So, Mr. Speaker, as we lay this great leader to rest, let us caution leaders to be careful the things they say, because Baba stood for justice. Baba stood for fairness. And, Mr. Speaker, some of those that have been trampling and fighting Baba, even when his body was brought, they were still shooting our children. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, long live the spirit of Baba.
Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to pay our tribute to a great leader ever lived. I could not get the opportunity last time because of what was happening in town. And Honorable Speaker, it is with the profound respect and heartfelt emotion that I rise to pay the tribute to a touring statesman, a Pan-Africanist, a gallant son of the Kenyan, and a symbol of resilience, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Raila's life has been a long and courageous journey in the pursuit of justice, democracy, equality for all Kenyans. From the dark days of detention to the bright dawns of reform, he remained steadfast, never losing faith in the dream of a better Kenya he believed in. For us in Narok, and indeed across the land, Raila Odinga stood as a friend and an ally. He championed devolution, inclusivity, and empowerment of marginalized communities, ensuring that every Kenyan, no matter their origin, tribe, or faith, had a seat at the table of national development. His voice echoed the cry of the ordinary citizens and his vision embraced the unity of our great republic. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Raila Odinga taught us that leadership is not about power, but about service. That patriotism is not in words, but in action. And that peace, even after the fierce political storm, remains the highest gift we can offer to our children. As we celebrate his enduring legacy, may we honor him not only with our words, but with our continued commitment to the ideals he stood for. And on behalf of the people of the Narok West and Narok Omagh, we convey our deepest respect and gratitude, and may his example continue to guide us. May his spirit of courage and unity forever live in our hearts. May God bless this family, and God bless the Republic of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, it's true, and I was reading today, I think in some of the print media, saying that even in his last resting place, Raila may continue even to influence the politics of Kenya. And I'm sure that probably in our lifetime, we may not get a leader like him. And just want to pray that we all, some of us who are alive, we emulate the good deeds that Raila taught us. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Maungu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, at least to pay tribute to an icon that rested. It was not, I wasn't fortunate to give my eulogies last time, but thank you for that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the man we are talking about today was a great man, a man that lived in a lifetime. And one thing that came out clearly was that this is a man that was celebrated across the political divide. Them that looked at him as dangerous celebrated him. Them that celebrated him, Mr. Speaker, did actually celebrate him more. So I must say that before I joined politics, I used to admire the person of Raila Amolo Odinga. I used to admire the way he used to connect with people. I admired the way he fought for this country and believed in a better Kenya. I admired a man who, Mr. Speaker, was very forgiving. And upon coming into parliament and coming into politics, I got to know him much better. He's a man that was full of love, a man that actually wanted the best for this country, Mr. Speaker. Many of the gains we celebrate today as a country, and all this can never be talked about without mentioning the name of one, Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, in Luanda, where I represent, majority of the people there really loved the great man that we lost. And his demise was a great blow to my people and the great people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I must say that as my minority leader, we said, Mr. Speaker, maybe in our lifetime, we may not witness a man who will be celebrated, a man who will be recalled, such as the one we talked about, Mr. Speaker. In his lifetime, Mr. Speaker, the late Raila Amolo Odinga fought poverty, talked about that it's all about poverty, the enemy of the people. He talked about, Mr. Speaker, bad governance. Mr. Speaker, he talked about corruption as an ill that ate our country, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that he may have gone, but the crown lives on, Mr. Speaker, that as we remain, we should remember to fight the very things that he stood for, Mr. Speaker. Tribalism has been a great cancer in this country, Mr. Speaker. As leaders of the present moment, we should be able to come forward and fight tribalism. Mr. Speaker, corruption is an equally big matter that Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga really fought. And as leaders, we must be able to live that dream. We must be able to propagate that dream and ensure that in our spaces, in our areas, Mr. Speaker, we are able to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, this is a man that looked at Kenya as a country full of love. I look at the last arrangement that he had with His Excellency the President, Mr. Speaker. No one ever believed, no one ever thought, even understood what idea Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga had. But from what we can see, Mr. Speaker, he actually kind of had a premonition that Kenya was in turmoil and needed to come together. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf and that of the great people of Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, I must say that we shall forever miss Mzee. We shall forever be able to carry on his name because he actually fought of this country in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wamshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. allow me to join my colleagues to speak about our fallen hero, our father, the father of the nation for generation. And Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that when I was growing up as a young girl, I grew up knowing Raila Odinga as a politically bad man. We were told stories about him, narratives around his life, and we were made to believe that he was a very bad man. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, when I was elected in last parliament in this house, through my interaction with the very many leaders in this house, like the Honorable Junet Mohammed and the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, when we formed a coalition around BBI, an initiative around BBI, I got an opportunity to share a table with Baba. I remember that one very evening when he hosted me in Karen over a drink to demystify the BBI narratives. And he asked me a question about my one man, 1 shilling push within the BBI. To my shock, Mr. Speaker, I did not know that Baba was that very understanding man. He lent me his ear, listened to me, expounded his opinion, swayed my opinion, and made friendship with this little girl from Githunguri. And from that day on, I was very proud to even have Baba's phone number saved on my phone. I want to speak about how we package political narratives, especially for us, the political class. We have demonized people who don't deserve to be demonized. We have branded people the wrong tags who don't deserve to be given such tags. I know, as I speak, there are so many people wondering, is this the same Wamushamba speaking well about Baba? When we campaigned around Baba's personality to win votes, I think it's time. Baba's story should teach us how we should be speaking politically, even when we are competing for votes. Politics is not worth tarnishing people's images, targeting people's families, and ruining people's social image. As Baba rests, this is a challenge to the political class, I included. Politics is a game, but life is a process. Rest in peace, Baba. And life is sacred. Thank you.
Junet, you have 20 minutes. If you will not exhaust your 20 minutes, you can donate to those who are raising their hands.
Mr. Speaker, I have a statement to read, but I can donate 2 minutes to Rene and 2 minutes to Peter Masara and 2 minutes to Mawate. 6 minutes. The rest I need to...
Can you tell me the names again? First 2 minutes to...
Rene Mayaka, Peter Masara, Mawade. Those are 6 minutes. And Bensouda, 2 minutes. Kagushia tomorrow.
Okay. Mayaka, 2 minutes. Immediately thereafter, Masara, 2 minutes. Mawade, 2 minutes. Bensouda, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And
that means you are left with 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and to my minority leader as well for this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to express my sincere condolences to the family of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to also just salute the man who, because of him, I have an opportunity to even stand on this floor, because he held my hand, he withered and watered my potential as a young woman in politics. And Honorable Speaker, also on behalf of all the daughters of Raila in the entire country, and the young members of ODM and the members of Nyamira, to also pass my condolences and appreciate the man that we called Baba, because Baba, Honorable Speaker, was not just a political icon. He was my political father, he was my mentor, and is the reason why I have the strength to be able to serve in a political space. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say, as I said once before in this House, that from 2018, I have worn two wristbands in my hand. One that is Kenya, and the other one a blue one that is indicated. Daughters of Raila, in honor of a man that gave me the opportunity to have a political career. Thank you.
Pole sana Masara. Take heart. Give Honorable Masara 2 minutes, Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to us, we mourn for 40 days, but we will mourn Raila forever and ever. But personally, I'm celebrating Raila Amolo Odinga, because without him, I would have not been where I am today. My leadership style, I borrowed from him. When I was in high school, and people were fighting for multi-party democracy, there was a day the late Jaramogi was to visit Godokwer, and I was in Mugori Boys, and all roads were blocked. Raila himself came to Migori Boys and gave us instruction. We went through what he told us, and Jaramogi went to Godokwer. Thereafter, I was inspired with the courage he had, and throughout his entire life, Mr. Speaker, I've been a follower of Raila Amolo Odinga. When I got the message of his death, I told my family that Kenya will never be the same again. Generation and generation will live. They'll call and talk about Raila. Unfortunately, as a human, he will not be there, but the spirit will live forever. Whatever he has done to this country, let us, those who are still in leadership, pursue the spirits of devolution, the spirit of inclusivity. And finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. What he did to us, especially followers of Raila, we will never forget. How I wish those who were members of Azimio take a scenario if we were on the street, Raila died in India, what will have happened? We thank.
Your 2 minutes are over. Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Minority Leader, for giving me an opportunity today to talk about Baba. Baba, we started Baba a long time ago while I was still in Dallas, Texas. He would come to Dallas, and we would accompany him to Houston, Texas, where we'd also meet with the likes of Dacho Wongudu, Ocho, and the rest, and all the way to Minnesota, doing what politicians are supposed to do, fight for the people. All these rights that we are enjoying, supposed to be 2 minutes. All these rights that we are enjoying are thanks to Baba. The multi-party that we are enjoying right now, the freedom of speech, freedom to assemble. I remember when Baba was coming back from a foreign trip, and Baba, the likes of Babu Owino, Aladwa, and Simba Arati, we got together and Baba was welcomed home in a very, very nice way. Baba, our Baba, the Baba that we supported from 2013, 2017, and 2022.
Are his 2 minutes over? Your time is up. Give him 1 minute.
Hey, Baba. Anyway, this is the person that we supported for, and I voted for in 2013, in 2017, in 2022, deputized by my party leader, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Baba will not be forgotten. He knows how to fight for the people's rights. I remember when we went to IBC, we sat down on the tarmac, and we were being mocked by the people who thought that the people should have less rights than we should. Even during the swearing in, I remember Simba Arati and I and Babu we got together the day before, and we will really miss Baba. Baba, we will forever miss you. Asante.
Bensouda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May His Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga rest in peace. Raila Amolo Odinga was God sent. When I come to my political limelight, when nominations were held, as I was campaigning, when I resigned to be the CC for roads in Kisumu County, it was hardly 2 years that I left Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. I was told that I'm wasting time. That is the politicians that we have today. Your certificate for nomination is gone. You wait. We shall see where to put you. Carelessly narrated to me. Went into my nerves. I looked for Baba. I traveled up to Joff, where he was addressing all lecturers of all universities in this country. I shared with Baba my heart in his ear, and he gave me a hearing. Jacom told me, who has given them the certificate? Go and campaign. I'm behind you. I campaigned using one pickup as people laughed at me around in Homa Bay County, as people were celebrating in other quarters. I was determined by his word, Honorable Speaker. I was not given a direct ticket in Homa Bay County. I want to confidently put it in Hansard that I was taken through nomination and people voted for me. Honorable Speaker, it even pains me that even the day that result was to be delayed, I was thoroughly tear-gassed, but I said I could live in the...
Time up, Mama Bensouda. Thank you. You are off Hansard.
I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, as politicians of today, we must be resilient. We must be focused. We must be truly there for the people of Kenya. We must put tribalism aside. We must be honest. We must be transparent. We must nurture and mentor the young ones. We must solidly move on as leaders of this country without betrayal. Honorable Speaker, I will have time to mourn Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. May his soul rest in eternal peace. He remains in my heart forever. Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much. I thank you so much. Joey!
Thank you. Jeanette.
I beg to reply on the motion that was tabled before the House. Motion to eulogize my leader, my departed leader, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for granting me the opportunity to pay tribute to one of the greatest sons of our Republic, the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, allow me to acknowledge the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Wetangula, and members of both houses, Mr. Speaker, and indeed the entire nation who joined us as a party in mourning and celebrating a man whose life defined courage, sacrifice, and patriotism. Honorable Speaker, Kenya continues to stand united in grief. We have lost a statesman, a reformer, and one of the foremost architects of our democratic journey, Raila Amolo Odinga, who was not merely a political leader, he was a movement, a vision, and a symbol of Kenya's enduring quest for justice and equality, Mr. Speaker. His story is interwoven with the soul of our nation, from the struggle for multi-party democracy to the birth of devolution, from the fight for electoral justice to the pursuit of national unity. Raila's journey was one of the extraordinary sacrifice, from the dark dungeon of political detention to the bright halls of leadership. He endured suffering, persecution, and humiliation, yet he never surrendered his belief in a better Kenya. He stood firm when it was dangerous to do so and gave a voice to the voiceless when silence would have been safer, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to many, he was Baba, the father of democracy. To me, the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was more than a leader. He was a friend, a mentor, a father figure, a man whose wisdom shaped my political journey and whose courage inspired my convictions. He guided me with patience, challenged me to think beyond self, and taught me that leadership in service anchored in integrity and compassion. He was the mentor who believed in me when I doubted myself, the father figure who offered guidance with kindness, and the friend who stood with me in both triumph and trial. His counsel was steady, his humor was disarming, and his faith in people unwavering. Honorable Speaker, sir, Raila Odinga believed that leadership is not about privilege, but about purpose, not about position, but about service. His politics transcended tribe and party. He envisioned a Kenya where every citizen, regardless of background, could find dignity, opportunity, and belonging, Mr. Speaker. That I can testify, Mr. Speaker. Through his advocacy for devolution, he empowered communities and brought government closer to the people. Through his lifelong commitment to dialogue, epitomized by the famous handshake and currently the broad-based government arrangement, he reminded us that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice and reconciliation. He taught us that unity is not weakness, but statesmanship. Mr. Speaker, sir, to millions of Kenyans, he was simply Baba, a father not only to his family, but to generations who drew hope and courage from his resilience. Whether in Kibra, Kisumu, Garissa, or Turkana, he connected with ordinary citizens with humility and sincerity. He championed the struggle of workers, farmers, and the youth, standing fiercely for the marginalized and forgotten. His dream was a Kenya that works for all his children, regardless of tribe, region, or station in life. Honorable Speaker, to the youth of this nation, Raila Amolo Odinga was more than a leader. He was an idea that truth must be spoken to power, that the fight for justice never ends, that Kenya can and must be better. His life challenges us in his house and beyond to rise above partisanship and continue building the Kenya he envisioned, or united, prosperous, and free. Mr. Speaker, sir, we thank Mama Aida Odinga, his children, the entire Odinga family, for sharing him with the nation and for standing steadfastly beside him through the storms of history. His sacrifices was not his alone. He bore them with grace and dignity. As we continue to mourn his passing, let us also rise to the challenge he leaves behind to make Kenya a nation anchored on justice, unity, and truth. Let us move forward with the courage, compassion, and conviction that Raila Odinga so valiantly exemplified. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga have departed from our sight. But his dream for Kenya will never die. His legacy will forever echo in these chambers, in the streets where the people once chanted his name, and in the hearts of all who believe in freedom, justice, and equality. Fare thee well, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Baba, the people's president, the father of democracy, and the external flame of Kenyans' conscience. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, we have lost a leader, a friend, who was also your friend. Mr. Speaker, you have worked with Raila. I can testify that. You were with him many, many years in politics, but you have partnered majorly in the elections of 2013. You have partnered with him in the election of 2017, Mr. Speaker, and I know you are very close to him also. I used to find...
We always watched Arsenal together.
I'm coming to that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I have joined you people many times in restaurants in Karen and some other places, watching together the Arsenal, team playing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this was a very friendly man. This was a man who did not address people because they are from this community or that community. He used to keep everyone close because he's a Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to speak about my journey with him. You know, Mr. Speaker, where I came from, and you know when I visited you in Malakisi, how I was looking like and how I look like today, Mr. Speaker. If you put those photos next to each other, you know. Mr. Speaker, I came to visit you at your constituency that time. You were the Minister of Foreign Affairs or something, I can remember something like that. And I spent the night with you at your home. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who has molded many political lives, Mr. Speaker. Myself, Mr. Speaker, when I interacted with Honorable Raila Odinga was in the year 2003. And I became a mayor, I wanted to become an MP. Honorable Karoli was a very powerful man in office, Mr. Speaker, in 2013. He almost denied me a ticket. If it was not Baba, I would not have been in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. Very powerful man, Mr. Speaker, by then, Mr. Speaker. He almost denied me. But Baba stood with me, Mr. Speaker, and said, this is the young man who should be the member of parliament for Suna East, Mr. Speaker. No, there's no correction there, Mr. Speaker. We know what happened.
You are either on a point of order or nothing.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Carol?
Honorable Speaker, it is true I was very powerful, but I was very passionate about my work. The information the Honorable Member is sharing is inaccurate. He actually lost the nomination. I have an affidavit sworn by none other than the Secretary General of the party then, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, swearing he was not our candidate. That is the correct position.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, now that Honorable Karoli wants clarification, I was running against his uncle, Mr. Speaker, who was 8 years old. And when I defeated him, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Karoli brought family issues now to ODM issues, Mr. Speaker. And I defeated him because even in the subsequent election, that was in the nomination. In the real election now, the uncle took another party ticket, another party. And I defeated him in the general election, Mr. Speaker. If he was so popular, he would have won, Mr. Speaker, that. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, that is not what brought us today here.
We'll leave it there.
We'll leave it there.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, it is on record that Honorable Karolias, in his own words, accepted he was a very powerful man. So that confirms the sufferings that I went through his hands, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us mourn Baba. Let us mourn Baba because he was a man who stood for justice. And I can confirm here, if it was not him, I would not have been given the ODM ticket. That is the truth. He stood with me. He said, I know. In fact, they brought him a propaganda.
How powerful people were he in his office. They went and brought a report that if I am given the ODM ticket, mosques will be burnt, Somalis will be evicted from Bigori. He showed me the report. This is what my officers and my office are giving me. I told him, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, you remember I have been the mayor for 10 years. How comes mosques have not been burnt? How come Somalis have not been evicted? Mr. Speaker, that is how Baba was. That is how firm he can stand with the minorities and people who are...
Order, Karoli.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know Karoli? Mr. Speaker, Karoli comes from Homa Bay.
Eulogize Baba.
We are eulogizing Baba. Karoli comes from Homa Bay, I come from Bigori. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude.
Order.
Let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude.
Karoli. Order. Order, Karoli Omonde. Order. Order, Karoli Omonde. Order, Karoli Omonde. Order, Karoli, you are being disorderly. Order, Karoli Omonde. Order. We are eulogizing a great man. Order, Karoli Omonde. And the two of you, Karoli and Junet, yours truly he has mentored you. Karoli, you know, you worked for me, and you are a decent young man. Junet, you know you have been my friend from 2007. You are a decent young man. Maintain that decency as we eulogize Baba. And no side shows. And the death of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga should not raise collateral passions on the floor of the House. Whatever there is between your neighboring counties, keep it out there. Yes.
I conclude, because I was just narrating history,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, but I
Yes.
conclude by saying that we have lost a great man, Mr. Speaker. May the Lord put his soul in eternal rest, Mr. Speaker. We will miss him, and we will remember him, and his spirits will live with us for many, many years to come, Mr. Speaker. And for those whom he has wronged, forgive him, please. Because every human being is to err. And for those who committed crimes against him also who are here now, please return if there's anything you have done to his family or to himself. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You beg to move.
I beg to reply, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mureu, sorry, you have no chance. Order. First, what you asked me you want to do is of little relevance to this eulogy. You said you want to recite Harry Belafonte's Jamaica farewell. Order. Order. This is a House of Parliament, Millie. Order. Besides, you have already spoken to this motion. Honorable Mureu, everybody knows Harry Belafonte's song that Raila liked. And if you don't know, Harry Belafonte was a personal friend of mine. Harry Belafonte was the husband of the great Miriam Makeba. And Harry Belafonte was a great Jamaican that we all know and respect. You are reciting the song here does not invent anything. Let me now put the question at order number 9, which is that following the presidential proclamation issued on 15 October 2025 regarding the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga AGH, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, yes, then EGH, now CGH, posthumously, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 259D1, the tributes of this House be recorded in honor of the late former Prime Minister's contribution in this House, his selfless service to the Republic and the continent of Africa, and for his role in promoting democracy, peace and stability in Kenya and the region. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I direct that the additional proceedings of this afternoon, and I direct further that you expunge the exchanges between Junet and Carol Omondi from the Hansard, be prepared and be put as an addendum to the Hansard record that I gave to Mama Ida at the funeral in Bondo, so that we can be able to give the leadership, Junet and Millie, the updated record to present to Mama Ida. Make sure you expunge the trivialities that were seen here between Carol Omondi and Junet Mohammed as to who was powerful, as to who was manipulating tickets, as to who was putting up an angle for a candidate, and all those have little to do with the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of 10 regulations relating to the petroleum sector.
Gishimu, order, Millie, order. Gishimu, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Registration on its consideration of 10 sets of regulations relating to petroleum sector laid on the table of the House Thursday, 16th October 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and standing under 210 4B, announce in entirety the following regulations. 1, the petroleum business licensing and petroleum logistics facility construction permit regulations 2025, legal notice number 95 of 2025. 2, the petroleum licensing or petroleum road transportation business regulations 2025, legal notice number 96 of 2025. 3, the petroleum operating of common petroleum facilities regulations 2025, legal notice number 97 of 2025. 4, the petroleum information statistics regulations 2025, legal notice number 98 of 2025. 5, the petroleum lubricants facility construction and licensing regulations 2025, legal notice number 99 of 2025. 6, the petroleum retail dispensing site construction and licensing regulations 2025, legal notice number 100 of 2025. 7, the petroleum liquefied petroleum gas regulations 2025, legal notice number 101 of 2025. 8, the energy petroleum information and statistics revocation regulations 2025, legal notice number 102 of 2025. 9, the energy retail facility construction and licensing revocation regulations 2025, legal notice number 102 of 2025. And 10, the petroleum products quality management regulation 2025, legal notice number 104 of 2025. For failure, the reason is for failure to comply with the Statutory Instruments Act of Cap 2A. Honorable Speaker, this is a very straightforward motion because the only reason that the committee is seeking to have these regulations nullified is because they offend the provisions of Section 11, subsection 1 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, which provision, Honorable Speaker, require that a cabinet secretary in charge of statutory regulatory making authority shall submit regulation upon publication within 7 sitting days before the responsible clerk for tabling in Parliament. So these regulations, Honorable Speaker, all these regulations were published on the 30th May 2025, and they were submitted before the clerk of the National Assembly on the 11th July 2025, way beyond the requisite time of the 7 sitting days. So, Honorable Speaker, while the Committee on Delegated Registration is also mandated to look at the matters, public participation, the compliance with the Constitution and the Parent Act, the committee did not delve into those considerations because actually these regulations were brought before the House out of time. So that is the only reason, and I don't want to belabor because the committee has no powers to enlarge time within which to allow the regulation to be tabled before Parliament. Honorable Speaker, without belaboring the point, I beg to move, and I now call upon Honorable Member for Kadhiani and the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Robert Mbui, to second. Honorable Speaker.
He looks surprised, but Member for Kadhiani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for I rise to second this motion. Madam Speaker, when dealing with the regulations, there is quite a lot of considerations that the Committee of Delegated Legislation makes. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, we always make sure that the regulations are constitutionally correct by checking them against our Constitution of Kenya 2010. We also check the regulations to make sure whether they are also they are aligned to the Parent Act. Madam Speaker, we also check the timelines because the Statutory Instruments Act has got timelines within which regulations are to be brought. We check whether there was enough public participation done when these regulations were being created. So basically, there's a lot of things that the Committee of Delegated Legislation checks. But some of the breaches, Madam Speaker, are things that some of the issues are things that could be debated between the committee and the regulatory making authority. But, Madam Speaker, there are some that are totally incurable. For example, in the matter of these particular regulations, Madam Speaker, they were presented out of time. So there was absolutely nothing that the committee could do. There was not even point of discussion. There was not even point of debate. There was not even point of the CS coming to make a presentation to the committee, because the fact that it was established that they were brought to the House outside the timelines that are provided in the Statutory Instruments Act, then therefore basically they were incurable. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason is why the committee made a decision that they must be annulled, all of them in entirety. Madam Speaker, the executive has to respect the rule of law, because when statutory instruments are being made, they must know that there is a law that this House must follow in order to deal with any statutory instrument. And that is why you find recently we had a problem with the CS for Treasury, because he makes circulars that have effect of law, and basically by strict reading of the Statutory Instruments Act are actually regulations, and then purports to be able to implement them without even care about what this House thinks. And Madam Speaker, he makes a circular that contradicts the parent act, the one we call the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that the executive has to stop doing, because you must respect the rule of law. These are the things that our late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga stood for. These are the things that members have been talking about since his passage. And so we must ask the executive to be careful, not to present things out of line, not to go against the law. Madam Speaker, today morning as a committee, and I'm speaking this as I conclude, we were to meet with the CS for education. And Madam Speaker, it is also about the same issue of circulars. Now, Madam Speaker, when a circular is given, and that circular has effect of law, it contradicts Article 94(5) of the Constitution, which, Madam Speaker, allow me to read, says, no person or body other than Parliament has the power to make provision having the force of law in Kenya, except under authority conferred by the Constitution or by legislation. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the executive must understand respect is two-way. We respect the executive, but they also have to respect the House. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I second.
Very well. Honourable members, I therefore propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 10 sets of regulations relating to the petroleum sector, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 16th October 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and Standing Order 210(4)B, annuls in its entirety the following regulations. Number one, petroleum business licensing and petroleum logistics facility construction permit regulations, legal notice number 95 of 2025. Number two, the petroleum licensing of petroleum road transportation business regulations, legal notice number 98 of 2025. Number three, the petroleum operating of common petroleum facilities regulations, legal notice number 97 of 2025. Number four, the Petroleum Information and Statistics Regulations, legal notice number 98 of 2025. Number five, the Petroleum Lubricants Facility Construction and Licensing Regulations, legal notice number 99 of 2025. Number six, the Petroleum Retail Dispensing Site Construction and Licensing Regulations, legal notice number 100 of 2025. Number seven, the Petroleum Liquefied Petroleum Gas Regulations, legal notice number 101 of 2025. Number eight, the Energy, Petroleum Information and Statistics Revocation Regulations, legal notice number 102 of 2025. Number nine, the Energy, Retail Facility Construction and Licensing Revocation Regulations, legal notice number 103 of 2025. And finally, the Petroleum Products Quality Management Regulations, legal notice number 104 of 2025. Honorable Sunkuli.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, in support of this motion, I just want to urge the House to nullify these regulations. When these regulations were presented before our committee, there were two problems. One is that they were actually dead on arrival because they were not presented within the time that is required under the Statutory Instruments Act. So we did not open the regulations to actually look into them. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it seems that the executive wanted these regulations to pass by a fraction of time. Because if by tomorrow, actually, these regulations stand, they'll have the force of law without Parliament considering them. So it is very crucial that we actually reject them today so that the executive can republish them and come and defend them within the given time. Madam Speaker, I support.
Very well. Honorable members, I see some members who have cards on, but they are not in the House. Sanei, Wajir North, Yusuf Hassan, Honorable Ngusia, CNN. Are you willing to speak on this one? If not, Honorable Kagusha, Karoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My contribution will not be about the procedural malfeasance that has been committed here or the contents of the regulations, but to ask a question that as a House, when a body that is entrusted under the laws made by this House to make regulations deliberately fails to submit them to this House within the statutory timelines so that we can look at them. And those regulations, of course, we believe were not made in vain. There must have been some purpose or reasons behind them, raison d'etre, for the regulations, which now then cannot be achieved. Should we just annul, or should we, as a House, go further and reprimand? What action should we take so that this does not become a routine practice among executive agencies that we have entrusted to make subsidiary legislation on behalf of this House? I think we should not just annul and leave it there. We should annul and take some further action. Because we need to find out, why didn't they submit the regulations within the statutory timeline of 7 days? Why did they wait for 15 days? If they were made these regulations to achieve certain policy objectives. So I think there's a more fundamental question, just other than annulling as a matter of procedure. Because sometimes regulations are made to achieve certain specific purposes, and then because of malfeasance, a deliberate move is made to kill them, or to have them not come into effect. So as a House, we should really take this matter seriously. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Owen Bai.
I just want to first inform Council, a very learned friend, not a very learned man, I was told not to use learned friend, that he needs to move beyond that and amend the law so that we don't just throw them out, but that the law says that Parliament can also follow up by doing 1, 2, 3. But as it stands, the law is that we bring them here and just throw them out. And that's what the law says. And I think you're a good legislator, and the people of Suba North, South or North? South voted very well for you. And although Junet has very unpalatable words about you, but I think you're a great man. And please help this Parliament amend the law, okay, so that we'll be able to do further than. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the regulations that the committee is proposing, that we actually adopt the report to do away with this regulation. Honorable Speaker, I think it's very important. The reason why we pass law here, and law with a rider to say that the parent ministry will make regulations, is to give effect to the law, But when, Honorable Speaker, cabinet secretaries or ministry or department or sagas come and do regulations, they make you regulations, they want to sneak them behind Parliament, Honorable Speaker, it is very clear it is only Parliament that can make law, Honorable Speaker, but not any other body. And sometimes you realize that they sneak law and wait so that we don't know, so that the time passes, elapses, and therefore it becomes law. I want to tell those that have been given the opportunity by the President to serve in the capacity of cabinet secretaries, please do the duty that you are mandated by law. Create the required regulations, make the required regulations and bring them to the House as fast as possible so that we can give effect to the law. Sometimes we have law that we cannot implement because regulations have not been done. You cannot operationalize the law very well because regulations have not been done, Honorable Speaker. I'll give you a good example, Madam Speaker, even as Mr. Gishimu tries to distract you from what I'm trying to say. Honorable Speaker, you remember the Fisheries Bill, the Fisheries Act. The Fisheries Act went into operation without regulations for many years, Honorable Speaker. And the fishermen in Kilifi, the fishermen in the coast, the fishermen in Nyanza, and the fishermen all over the country suffered just because a cabinet secretary failed to bring regulations. regulations which were meant to actually to operationalize the law. What happened after having all this law for many years, Honorable Speaker, the court in Malindi actually declared that law unconstitutional because somebody failed to do his duty. So today we are here, sitting here, a total number of 10 set of regulations, Honorable Speaker, are being annulled here just because somebody did not do his job properly. It's a waste of time, waste of taxpayers' time, waste of taxpayers' money, and a waste of the industry. The petroleum sector is very important in this country. The petroleum industry, very important. One of the places that we must have regulations on time is the petroleum sector because it drives almost every part of the economy. But when a cabinet secretary does not do the right thing, and Parliament has now to quash all these 10 regulations, Honorable Speaker, just because somebody failed to do his duty, Honorable Speaker, that is despicable, and that should not happen in this country. And this Parliament, I want to tell them, this Parliament is awoke more than any other time. We see what they think we cannot see, and we discern what they think we cannot discern. And Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the committee for doing the right thing. And I want to say that the Committee of Delegation continue that way. And those cabinet secretary or people given mandate to develop subsidiary regulations must follow the law and do it properly, do it well, so that this country and the industries that they've been put in charge of can move forward. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Very well. Honorable CNN. Not on this. If there is no more interest on this, Member Fortetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have all been complaining, or maybe some of us in this House, about what we see as continued executive overreach. And especially cabinet secretaries, maybe even regulatory authorities, doing things that are clearly outside what they have been mandated in law. And Madam Speaker, this House has a duty ahead of it, and I like what the Deputy Majority Leader has said, that we are now woke more than any other time. And as a House, we must be alert to some of these executive decisions that are being sneaked time and again behind Parliament's back. If we are to redeem the image of this House, which you know, Madam Speaker, is at an all-time low in the eyes of Kenyans, where they see Parliament as a puppet of the executive, where they see Parliament as not, aligned to what is going on in the country, where they see Parliament as a rubber stamp. So it is very, very important that when we pick up these sort of issues, that then Parliament is seen to stamp its authority on this. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support, and I also support those who say that it should not end here. These sort of actions must have some sort of follow-up actions, so that, as they say in Swahili, iwe funzo kwa wengine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. There being no more interest on this, I'll call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I reply, I want to thank members who have contributed to this motion and supported. And I would like to indicate that the law limits us as Parliament through the Committee of Delegated Registration to annul where regulations have been submitted out of the requisite time. And that also gives us a room as a Parliament or any other member who may wish to amend the law so that we can also reprimand where people or where the regulatory making authorities do not make or do not do what is required as per the law. And also, let me also correct what has been said by Honorable Member Fortetu. Actually, these regulations were not sneaked to Parliament. It's only that they were submitted out of the time required by the Statutory Instrument Act. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I also take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for facilitating the committee and all the members of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, led by the able Chair Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, for the good coordination we are doing in that committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to reply.
Very well, we shall defer the putting of the question. Before we go to the next order, under order number 11, we shall step down Roman 2, so we will be dealing with Roman 1 under order number 11.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Has no amendment. I now put the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title of the bill be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. No amendment. I now put the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the Committee of the Whole on this bill. I will therefore call the mover to move reporting.
Thank you. Hon Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, and its approval thereof without amendments.
I therefore put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Amen, stand up, stand up.
Order members, allow me to retake that and put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Rise, all rise.
Chairperson.
Interesting. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, and approved the same without amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024. I also request the Honorable Ngogoyo, yes, to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have gone through the bill and we support it as it is. Thank you.
Second.
Oh.
Did you
Madam
second, Honorable
Speaker,
Member?
I rise to second. We have gone through the bill. We've exhausted debate and we agree with the Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024. So, honorable members, the putting of the question will be deferred to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 12, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2023. Resumption of debate.
This was already moved by the Chair, Health Committee, who was on the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I beg that understanding order 90.
Wait, Honorable Mbaya. Honorable Fatuma had a balance of 5 minutes, but she's not in the House, so we'll continue with the debate. Honorable Owen, were you on this?
Yeah, I want to request you to call the mover to reply, because looking at the lapse of time, people may not even recall what this bill is about. But I think debate was done conclusively, and therefore, now that the Honorable Dr. Nyikal is here, he could reply and we move on. And this is a good bill, after all, Honorable Speaker. And I think by the we get to third reading.
Very well, you've made your point, Honorable Owen. Honorable members, allow me to put the question that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Chairman for Health Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to first of all appreciate the members that contributed to this and the issues that they raised pertaining to this. And I also wish to appreciate the Senate members that actually brought this and the support that it came through in our committee. Honorable Speaker, this is an extremely important bill because if you look at our health data, if you look at the indicators of health, this is the one area of the health sector where we still need a lot of work to do. If you look at our maternal mortality, it's actually still high, and with that, the perinatal mortality is equally high, both of which are indicating that we have problems in the area of antenatal care, delivery, and the care of children immediately after birth. Therefore, this bill is important, is actually addressing this, and therefore I expect that we will soon bring it to the committee of the whole House and make it eventually an act of parliament. With that, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of the question. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Not in the House. We shall defer that order. Next order.
Order number 14, the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Brighton Yegon.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the Tea Amendment Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023 for the second reading. The principal objective of this bill is to amend certain provisions of the Tea Act, Cap 343, to restructure the value chain, enhance transparency and accountability in the tea sales, improve grower earnings, promote value addition, and strengthen regulatory framework governing the tea industry in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the bill aims to achieve this by providing for institutionalization of direct sales of tea, establish a direct settlement system to guarantee timely disbursement of tea proceeds to growers, incentivize the value addition of Kenyan tea by exempting certain categories of packaged tea from levy, devolve specific regulatory functions to county government, enhance the governance architecture of Tea Board of Kenya, and harmonize the statutory definitions of terminologies employed within the Tea Act to ensure legislative coherence and administrative clarity. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the specific issues that the bill seeks to address. One is direct sales. The bill proposes to introduce provisions for direct sales of tea by allowing licensed factories to or entities to representing growers to engage in direct sales. Madam Speaker, tea proceeds management. The bill proposes to establish direct settlement system for depositing proceeds from direct sales of tea within 14 days after the auction. Number 3, Madam Speaker, exemptions from the tea levy to incentivize value addition and diversification. The bill proposes to amend the existing law to exempt specialty and value-added teas packaged in certain quantities from the payment of the tea levy. Madam Speaker, number 4 is participation of factories in direct tea sales. The bill proposes to amend the existing laws to allow licensed factories to participate in direct sales in Kenyan or overseas, as well as tea auction. Honorable Speaker, the tea industry being a critical sector in the economy of this country, the Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock conducted an elaborate public participation that involved all stakeholders in the country who gave their views, their opinions, and inputs through both oral and written submissions, which the committee considered and factored in to the report tabled in the House today. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to thank the Senate for approving this bill to come to this House, all the stakeholders in the tea sector for their immense input, and during the stakeholder consultation, members of the Agriculture and Livestock Committee for their effort for refining this bill, all the members for their input to ensure that we deliver appropriate bill to the tea sector. Honorable Speaker, the Tea Amendment Bill 2023 introduces progressive reforms that are consistent with the constitutional principles and national economic agenda, we recommend that, subject to minor drafting, the refinement and amendment which the committee and members of this House will move, the bill be approved for enactment. With that, I beg to move. Madam Speaker, I want to add the following. Recently, there was a release of second payment, which is called tea bonuses for our tea farmers. And the performance of the tea industry was very dismal. In the past 3 years, actually 3 years ago, tea farmer got a second payment of almost 31 shillings per kilo. Last year, tea farmers got 20 shillings per kilo, especially in my region. And recently, this year, from my factory, a tea farmer got 12 shillings per kilo. That is in the west of Rift, that is in my factory. There is variation and dismal performance, especially from the factories that are from the west of Rift. And when you look at the performance of factories from the east of Rift, which is the central region, which is the Meru region, which is the Embu region, performance in the past 3 years also has dwindled. There are so many variations and factors that contribute to this, Madam Speaker. And these are issues that we're trying to sort out by moving this particular bill and by trying to pass this particular bill so that it can assist our farmers get to improve on price per kilo going forward. Madam Speaker, more than 700,000 smallholder tea farmers depend on tea. And from the 700,000 smallholder tea farmers, last year alone, this country got in foreign exchange or money that came to our economy more than 215 billion. The other year, this country got almost 175 billion. And this year, it got more than 230 billion Kenya shillings that came to our economy. Tea in Kenya is almost the third foreign income earner. And tea is a cash crop that we need to protect, Madam Speaker. And that is why we are coming in with this bill, so that it can be able to assist our farmer, get even more price per kilo. The reasons for the dismal performance of our tea industry, and especially tea factories from the west of Rift, are ranging from issues to do with cost of production in our factories. There are issues to do with staffing. Most of the factories in the west of Rift are overstaffed, employing relatives. And that is the reason why when the cost of production goes up, then it means the money coming to the pocket become less. One of the other reasons is the wood fuel, which has been inflated. And these are among the reasons that we are currently investigating. In fact, I saw a draft of a motion bringing in another committee in this House so that we can be able to investigate the value chain of tea and be able to establish where these losses or where a farmer loses from the entire value chain in the tea industry. Madam Speaker, there are other issues to do with hydropower. Some of the factories in the west of Rift, Madam Speaker, contributed money
worth almost 138 million. From the 7 factories in the west of Rift which contributed to build a hydropower plant called Setet and Kipsonoi. To date, Madam Speaker, none is complete. In fact, money has been dispensed for Kipsonoi plant for mobilization of almost 200 million 2 years ago. And to date, nothing has happened in that particular construction of that particular hydropower. And this is the reason why we want audit and forensic audit for that matter, so that we can be able to establish where farmers' money went to. Where farmers' money went to. And we need to know also the timelines for completion. Because if this hydropower would have been complete, then farmers would have enjoyed lower cost of production. And therefore, the money that will be saved will be channeled into the pocket of the farmer. Madam Speaker, there are issues to do with tea testing. Farmers are complaining that in this time and age, we are still testing our tea using organoleptic, which is using testing by mouth. And testing by mouth, Madam Speaker, a person who took his whiskey yesterday night will be testing your tea in the morning. A person who takes the tobacco will be testing your tea in the morning and will be giving a value to that particular tea. These are things that farmers from the West are complaining, and farmers from the West are disputing, and farmers from the West are saying we are supposed to shift from the organoleptic testing to scientific or blind testing. Madam Speaker, we have to move. We have to move from the organoleptic to a blind testing, because even in our exams today, Madam Speaker, they only put in the index number, which does not show the name of the pupil sitting for the exam, and does not show the school where the pupil is coming from. This is to avoid, men as biases, to avoid that person who is marking, for him to know where this pupil is coming from. Because if I come from school X, for example, today, and I'm marking an exam from school X, and I know a student coming from school X is my son, my daughter, of course, I'll be biased in a way. And that is the reason why we have to shift from the organoleptic testing to either blind or scientific. And I want to applaud Tea Board of Kenya, because currently they are seeking for support for us, Committee of Agriculture, to support it with regards to funding or providing a budget and appropriating a budget for them to build scientific labs so that they can be able to test our teas and give it a proper value, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all this happens in the auction, and I'm happy today. Through this bill, we are going to introduce direct sales. And direct sales means directors at the factory level or the management service at the factory level will be able to negotiate with buyers directly from outside the country or within the country and sell their teas without having to pass through the auction. Madam Speaker, these matters of tea in Kenya, the tea production in Kenya, the teas that we produce in Kenya, we only consume 5%. And we export 95%. And most of the countries that we export to are traditional markets. The markets that we found in 2000 when KTDA was still an authority. And to date, we've not shifted to new markets. And that is why today we want to shift from the traditional markets, and that is why we want to empower Tea Board of Kenya. This bill is trying to empower Tea Board of Kenya so that they can be able to venture into new markets, they can look into new markets and negotiate so that we can be able to get direct sales of our teas. This bill is also trying to empower Tea Research Institute so the Tea Research Institute can be able to do proper research on the good loans that our teas can, of clones that the clones that can produce the best teas, especially specialty teas, the orthodox teas, the green teas, and the purple tea, and all those value-added teas. Madam Speaker, some of the challenges that we are experiencing in our factories are to do with the merged accounts. You find that, especially in the west of Rift, there are so many factories that are lumped up together. Kapkoros Tea Factory, for example, has around 4 other factories that are that Kapkoros has given birth to. One of them is Moti Goti, another one is Olenguruoni, Tirigagati, and others. And when it comes to calculation of this payment, despite of the performance of each individual factory, they do an average. So if you work hard, for example, like the way Motigo Tea Factory worked hard, and they got a positive of 8, and the way the other factories did not work hard, and they got a negative, at the end of the day, they come and do an average, which now pulls down the people who worked hard and struggled so hard to pick the right quality of tea, which is 2 parts and a leaf, and the others may not have considered picking the right quality, and it demotivates the farmers from the factories who worked so hard and who kept the promise of keeping the cost of production down, and therefore, at the end of the day, they become demotivated. Madam Speaker, so many factories, especially from the west of Rift, have borrowed loans to settle the second payment. Based on the volumes of teas and valuation of teas that are in the stores or in the warehouses in Mombasa. Madam Speaker, with introduction of this bill, we want tea bonus payment to be valued and to be paid every quarterly, so that farmers can enjoy whatever you get in the quarter, you enjoy that one in that particular quarter. Because at the end of the year, there are normally so many stories that there was in this country, and therefore, that has contributed to the minimum earnings that you've earned in that particular year. So we want the tea farmers to enjoy whatever they earned for in that particular quarter. KTDA or any other management agency that manage for them to do their calculation and give them their second payment in quarterly so that they can be able to enjoy. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Who is seconding you?
Madam Speaker, I want Sabina, who is also a member in agriculture, to second. Thank you.
Honorable Sabina Shege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the onset, I want to say that I am also a tea farmer, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to be seconding this bill, and I'm also a member of the Agriculture Committee. Madam Speaker, this bill is not for farmers of east of Kenya or west. It's a bill that is supposed to be addressing the issues facing the tea farmers. And I would just like to encourage my vice chair. It doesn't matter the region you come from. These are growers of tea, and this is a crop, a cash crop that some of us went to school, courtesy of the tea. Madam Speaker, I'm also aware of where your origin you come from. If it were not for tea, you may not have seen the door of high school. Madam Speaker, we have had challenges and success stories within the tea sector. But this bill is very specific on some issues. The first one is encouraging the issue and looking at the value chain. This bill wants to enhance transparency so that it doesn't matter where the farmer comes from or the numbers of directors representing at the high, the national level of the Kenya Tea Development Board. But Madam Speaker, every farmer, there'll be transparency on how much money has been sold, where their money went to, and how much money belongs to the grower. So accountability has been encouraged in this bill, and especially in the sales of tea from the auction. And Madam Speaker, this bill aims to improve the growers' earnings. It also aims to improve the value addition. The tea in Kenya, we have very good tea, but sometimes when we sell black tea and it's not value added, apart from few companies are now adding value and packaging as Kenyan tea, it just gets to the market and it's taken as normal tea or tea from other countries, and this is our tea that is boosting the teas from other countries. So it is important at this time that the companies, the people or the factories who adds more effort in value addition, they'll be exempted from some levies, and they'll also be exempted from some taxes so that they're encouraged. We market our tea as Kenyan tea, having been added value. And I am very sure, Madam Speaker, yesterday I passed through a supermarket and I was buying tea, and I was very proud to see some of the companies, Kenyan-owned companies. They have detox tea. I saw there was even a night tea, morning tea, moon tea. I was very, 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 very impressed. Even the dawa that we take, that sometimes you have to go and buy it very expensively. So there's now blended tea with ginger and everything, and it is made in Kenya. This is encouraged, Madam Speaker, and I'm very sure we can be able to fetch more for the farmers if we are able to add value instead of taking our tea in forms of bags when they are taken to the auction. This bill will strengthen the regulatory framework, Madam Speaker, that is governing the tea industry. And Madam Speaker, as we talk about the direct sales to be encouraged, we know our farmers have become almost slaves to the banks. Madam Speaker, our farmers, when it comes to taking their children back to school, they will go to the local banks and just go and take a loan. And this loan is based on the pay slip that they got either from the previous bonus or what they get monthly. And the bank managers are happy to quickly, count for them. And the interests are not that easy, Madam Speaker. So you find that the tea farmer, apart from the small monthly earning that they get, Madam Speaker, and this they normally divide with the tea pluckers, the people who pluck tea, who are also very expensive, Madam Speaker. You find that the farmers get nothing, almost nothing at the monthly level. And so when this money is kept for the farmer, then it becomes a total loss, because by the end of the day, when they are being paid bonus at the end of the year, they go back to the bank where the money passes through, then they find they actually have a negative. So the farmer is left with no other alternative but to borrow again And so they have become slaves, Madam Speaker, to these commercial banks. And so once we are encouraging the direct sales, there is also the issue of timely payment to the growers, and also to make sure that this tea, once it's sold at the auction, within 14 days, when the money is paid, then this money is paid back to the farmers. And Madam Speaker, we are also encouraging that bonus is paid quarterly. We know there is, of course, we know our children go back to school in May, in August, and January. So we have the 3 seasons. So if this bonus is paid quarterly, Madam Speaker, the farmers will not have any business to go and borrow because they will have money. And then they're able to plan for their own money, Madam Speaker. But we have also seen sometimes there is also misuse. When bonus comes in, I think where you come from, we are just a few varies across each other, where we had men disappearing during Christmas and only them showing up January or at the end of December, broke, beaten, because they took their money elsewhere, where they went and got a bit confused, took a little bit of some alcohol, and forgot that they had wives who had toiled so hard to make sure that they get the tea proceeds. So, Madam Speaker, all I would want to say is this. I hope this bill will cure, and the tea board, as it comes in, they'll be able to address the many challenges that might be, my vice chair also alluded, were not part of the bill, but he took the chance to allude to the challenges that the tea farmers are facing. Of course, when the dollar is high, last year, Madam Speaker, we had very good payments. But at this point, Madam Speaker, this year, where the dollar still remained at 129, this affected our farmers' payments. And of course, the other challenges, the issue of fertilizers, there's the issue of some of these tea factories are also very old. So running those machines that keep on being repaired is also a cost. And Madam Speaker, the tea research, I hope they can be able to quicken and fast track. There is orthodox tea, and I want to say that one of our factories called Gere. Very soon, we are hoping the president will come and launch the orthodox line. And the farmers who actually did orthodox tea got very high returns compared to the normal black tea that we are used of. So it's a high time as a country. We do the research, and then we help our farmers improve. Some of the bushes, Madam Speaker, when I was born, those are the same bushes we are still plucking in till today. So quality also cannot be compromised. If you don't follow up on the 2 leaves and a bud, then you also don't expect that you're going to get good quality and good price. So we will encourage each other. Let us learn from where we have failed so that we can be able to improve. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that this bill, when it is addressed and when it comes to pass, we will no longer hear the stories of these are from West or from East. We'll hear about tea growers from Kenya. We'll hear about equality and equity, Madam Speaker. But also, a farmer can be able to clearly tell, this is my quality, this is the price I got, and transparency is going to be encouraged. So I second, Madam Speaker, and I'd wish to ask the House to second this bill so that the quagmire, the confusion, the rumors, the propagandas, and even the politicization of tea can stop with this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, be now read a second time. Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, half of my constituency grows tea and the other half coffee. And anything that we can do at this time to improve the plight of our farmers, as a House, we will really be adding value to the lives of Kenyans. It is true, Madam Speaker, that in the just concluded financial year, there was a huge discrepancy in the payment of tea bonuses, especially some factories in the west of this country got very low returns, and others did very well. And both the proposer and the seconder of the motion have attributed some of the reasons, the age of the factory, the quality of the tea, the age of the bushes. There are many factors that lead to some of these things. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, it is the management of the factories. My own factory, Gaduthi Tea Factory, had the third highest payment, and I must openly congratulate the directors in the country. It's an old factory, but they have continued to work hard to deliver 57 shillings and 50 cents in bonus, which was the third highest in the country. So it is important that we also address the issue of management. We know a lot of these factories have borrowed left, right, and center from banks. Part of the money was misused, and now they are paying huge interest, for some of these loans, which is eroding farmers' earnings. We also know there is this infighting within KTDA that has persisted for a long time. Thankfully, now it's a bit settled, which has also, to a large extent, compromised, the whole management of the tea sector. So, Madam Speaker, any bill to improve the plight of farmers, and especially the provision to pay bonuses quarterly, that will be a game changer in this country. I am a tea farmer. I have a small, very, very small piece of land for tea. The money I get monthly is not even enough to sustain the person who picks the tea. So as a tea farmer, I wait a whole year with all my problems, waiting for that magical thing called bonus. And like the proposer and the seconder has said, we have children who need to go to school. So you go to a lot of these tea growing areas, and the tea farmers are poor. Imagine, Madam Speaker, even you, if this parliament told you that you'll be earning your salary only in December the whole year. So I don't know where, I think this bonus issue, it's a strange invention. How do you ask the person to toil on their farm every day? Then the only reasonable payment they get is after 1 year. Yet, Madam Speaker, we know tea is sold weekly. Tea is sold monthly. Like now, my own factory, Gaduthi, they have reported to me that their tea for September, they do not even have a single bag in Mombasa because they have high quality tea. It's already been sold. So why should that farmer wait a whole year? So we are impoverishing our people through an ancient, archaic system of paying bonuses, yearly. So, Madam Speaker, these and very many other progressive pieces of legislation that have been added to this tea bill, the Tea Regulations Amendment Bill, is something that this House, should be able to embrace. Maybe we should even be considering direct settlement system, like whatever we've been fighting for coffee farmers, so that when my tea is sold, the kilos are known, there's a formula, and I get my money, through M-Pesa, and that will encourage more and more farmers to embrace, tea growing. So this is a progressive bill. It deserves the support of all of us in this House. We hope there are no hidden issues, but I trust the mover, since he comes from a tea growing region. Madam Speaker, sometimes we have huge bills, so we are only told the positive part. Then you have some little hidden issues. So, but because I know he is looking for the election and he cannot afford to...
Member for Tetu, that is why you must also read for yourself.
Madam Speaker, I've read bits and pieces, but it's a big bill. So, but because he comes from, and he's also seeking the election, he cannot afford to mess up his tea farmers, neither can I. So, yes, I support. Thank you.
Member for Kitui Central, Dr. Makali.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. It is obvious that where I come from, we don't grow tea, but I want to support this important bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to those who grow tea, what they are telling the country is they are facing challenges in terms of payments. Our farmers are toiling the whole day, doing very hard work in terms of ensuring that there is tea. At the same time, we all know that the quality of our tea, Kenyan tea, all over the world, is very high quality. And actually, in most cases, is used to improve the quality of tea from other countries. That being the case, we expect our farmers to get a very good return for the tea. But you can hear from those who wear that shoe that things are not working. And that's why this bill becomes very important, Honorable Speaker, that we are able to support even those of us who don't grow tea. Why am I supporting this? I'm supporting because when the tea farmers do well, the farmers from Kitui and the southeastern part of this country who grow what we call ndengu will also be able to support, to benefit as the next group. So, Honorable Speaker, what we are saying is Kenyans from all over the country do grow different crops. And others have their own economic activities. Like when I look at the lake, they have the fishing sector, which is their source of income, Honorable Speaker. And I think what we should be doing as a House is to ensure that we put in place strategies, structures, and even if there is need, legal frameworks, which ensure that whatever economic activity Kenyans are engaged in, Honorable Speaker, that the returns are optimized. In that case, we'll be helping it. We know very well in this country, and when we look at the history of the country, the tea farmers, the coffee farmers, the sugar farmers have actually benefited a lot since independence. Those who depend on blue economy, and I can see Dr. Ikal here, I can see Baya here, they only started benefiting the other day. Blue economy is a new thing in town. Those who are growing dengue like us, we are yet to benefit. I do remember there was the MAG bill, which was sponsored by my senator, which didn't see the end of the tunnel, and it died a natural death. So, Honorable Speaker, even as I support this bill, I would want to see a situation where even us, who will be proposing bills relating to our crops, are also supported. So at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we don't appear like some people are being favored in this country when it comes to issues like, like Honorable Speaker, I sit in the budget committee. We have this fund for the coffee farmers, where we put every year about 3 billion to support coffee farmers. Now, this is another bill which is targeting the tea farmers. In the past, we have had the sugar farmers being built out by the government using the still public resources. So we need to come up with an equitable way of ensuring that each region of this country benefits from some of these things, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support this bill, and it is my wish to see tea farmers getting better returns for their tea, because Kenyan tea is being internationally recognized as one of the best in terms of quality in the world. So that being the case, it is very unfair that people just do a minimal value addition and they get 10 times returns compared to what the farmer, who on day-to-day basis is in the farm, gets. And I think that unfairness should actually be sorted out by bills like what we are doing. And I would really encourage that once the bill is passed to be an act of parliament, Honorable Speaker, the other step is enforcement, implementation. Honorable Speaker, we have seen bills which are passed in this House, and up to now, some of them have never been operationalized, Honorable Speaker. Meaning the bill has been passed by this House, is still in the shelves. So my prayer is that once this becomes an act of parliament, and I see very good signs that it's going to become an act of parliament, that then the issue of making it operational is taken up very seriously, and then we can ensure that our colleague, who seem to have to be the only survivor from the last election from the region, can be another survivor for the third term by championing this bill. And I wish him well, because I know he's a good legislator. I've heard what Ndeto has said, Mheshimiwa from Nyeri. I see a situation where also this could provide an opportunity. And also said and done, Honorable Speaker, you as to really where you sit, Honorable Speaker, because I know you also have an interest in this bill, depending on where you come from. We wish you well. So we'll be supporting this bill so that our colleagues can have that opportunity to help their farmers, but indirectly also help themselves. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Very well. Member for Runyenjes, Honorable Eric.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very progressive bill. And Honorable Speaker, may I state that I represent a constituency where tea is grown in very large numbers. And for the avoidance of doubt, I am the Member of Parliament who represents people who sell their tea in the Rukuriri Tea Factory, which was the best factory in the entire country in terms of the amount of money that it paid the farmers. So as the Honorable Vice Chair is complaining that some people got better and others didn't get as much, we are the people who got relatively more than them. And I wish to thank him for this bill, because this bill is going to help our farmers get more returns from it. Honorable Speaker, the bill speaks to the issue of direct sales for tea by allowing licensed factories to engage in direct sales. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, is that the bill proposes a sales settlement system so that after tea is sold at the auction and it is paid within 14 days. And Madam Speaker, I don't see the reason why tea is bought in January and farmers have to wait for the money until around 10 to 12 months so that they can be paying the same money that they earned many months ago as bonus. So I am a tea farmer myself, and I represent a constituency that has coffee farmers and tea farmers. Already the coffee farmers are benefiting from the direct sales settlement system, because once coffee is bought at the auction, it is paid within 14 days. For instance, the coffee that was sold, Madam Speaker, the coffee that was sold between April and July has already been settled and paid. So I am believing that should our tea be sold and payment settled within 14 days, then factories and directors have a responsibility now to pay the farmers their money in good time, because farmers have bills to pay, farmers have kids to educate, and the more they keep the money, the more they get opportunities to have their money squandered by the managers and the directors who perhaps are wrong. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this law is very progressive. It also provides for the exemption from tax for the factories that are going to do value addition. And nowadays we have seen so many factories, including Mungania and the Rukuriri tea factories that are in my constituency, are already doing value addition. So exempting these factories, or rather these factories from payment of tax for products that are value added, means more income to the farmer. And the reason as to why our people are engaged in farming is so that they can get more income from the activities that they do. Honorable Speaker, earlier today I rose here to ask for a statement regarding the delayed payment for milk farmers. And you see, Honorable Speaker, the same people that are doing tea farming are the same people who are doing coffee farming, are the same people who are doing dairy farming. And the common issue that we must address as a government and as leaders is the issue of settlement of dues owed to farmers timely. Because how do you explain, Honorable Speaker, a situation whereby a farmer has to deliver their product, let's say milk, and 4 months down the line has not been paid, yet they have household bills to pay and such. So this tea bill, Honorable Speaker, through its direct sales system, settlement system, will help farmers get their money in time so that they can attend to their other responsibilities that they have. And I believe since it has worked in the coffee sector, even in the tea sector, it is going to work. I have seen, Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, we now have more people planting coffee. And the reason is they are now getting better income from coffee. And I believe now the tea farmers will get help from this progressive bill. So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, just like the Honorable Makali Mulu, I want to put a disclaimer that we don't grow tea where I come from. But Honorable Speaker, tea, when we were in school, we were told tea is one of those high foreign exchange earners, you know, tourism, tea, coffee, you know, high foreign exchange earners. And we, as a country, we benefited. And you remember there was a time in this country where there are two words that were very important, the coffee boom and the tea boom, you know. And that time, the economy of this country was actually booming because of what was happening in the agriculture sector. That time, there was a lot of very good farm inputs, and farmers were encouraged. And actually, Honorable Speaker, to tell you from the bottom of my heart, this country grew from tea and coffee. You know, that is where it sprang from independence. And you know, tea became one household commodity. Every family had tea in the morning, the British way, including Dr. Yikal's family, and including the Honorable from Suba. You know, tea. I know he takes tea up to today. You don't take tea, you take coffee. Yes, but a lot of families in this country, Honorable Speaker, up to today, they do tea in the morning because tea was such a fundamental drink. It was part of the Kenyan staple food, if I may put it that way, Honorable Speaker. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, economies and families actually got an opportunity to be who they are. They were able to take their children to school. They were able to build nice houses. They were able to grow wealth, Honorable Speaker. They are actually, Honorable Speaker, in the history of this country, people whose wealth, and they became very wealthy, only came from tea, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, that's the time when agriculture sector, investment in agriculture sector were almost limitless. There's a lot of investment in the agricultural sector. But today, Honorable Speaker, the agriculture sector is taking a back seat. And yet we are still a very agrarian economy. We understand it. We are still a very agrarian economy. And yet we are not investing in what is a fundamental for us, Honorable Speaker. The economist, Makali Mul, will support me, or if not, is this. Show me your budget and I show you your direction. There is a maxim like that in economics. Show me your budget and I show you your direction. If you do not invest in a certain area, you cannot grow in that area. And you do not just wish you will grow. You have to invest for you to grow. Honorable Speaker, the investments that have been going into the agriculture sector, I think, are very minimal. And that's why tea farmers are suffering more than any other sector, Honorable Speaker. And because we have stopped investing in the economy, the agricultural economy, Honorable Speaker, this country's economy has stagnated. Because for us to talk about manufacturing, you know, Honorable Speaker, and I want to speak this with confidence, for you to grow in manufacturing, you must invest heavily in agriculture so that you have the raw material for you to take it to the factory so that the factories can grow and those factories can employ more people and you can do value addition. That is correct economics, Honorable Speaker. But if you want to grow factories, but you're not investing in agriculture, Honorable Speaker, it cannot go that way. You will start having more of a superfluous factories that, Honorable Speaker, do not do much. For example, EPZ would have done better if we were stronger in cotton, Honorable Speaker. But cotton is no longer there. So what do? We import materials, we make clothes, and then export, Honorable Speaker. It doesn't help the economy. But if we were generating wealth from the land, and this is where tea is important, it is generating wealth from the land. And if you generate wealth from the land, Honorable Speaker, then you grow an economy upwards and of course, horizontally, Honorable Speaker. And everybody gets a pie, and therefore poverty does not. There are times when, Honorable Speaker, where Wakili Mureu comes from, I know they grow tea there. Yes, I have been there, and you know, I campaigned for this guy when he was trying to be MP. Now he thinks he's cleverer than his campaigner. Listen to my words, my friend.
He's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer, but listen to my words, my friend. I will not come to campaign for you again. But I want to tell you this, and this is very
Honorable
important.
Owen, you address the speaker. You address the speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I want to tell Bureu, tea, if he insists on his people to grow tea,
Member for Tetu,
and he ensures his...
What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, there's a good reason why Owen will not be able to campaign in Gatanga, because Gatanga is clear one term.
No, you ask Kilibure. I was there, he's my friend. I know almost all his 4 homes because I've been there campaigning for him and taking tea in his house. Yes, he is a wealthy man. God has blessed him and he's sharp. He's a brilliant man.
Honorable Owen, back to the debate.
Now, back to the debate. What I'm saying is, for the MP for Gatanga, this is very important. Tea is very important. For the wealth of his people, people should not be going to his office to ask for bursary if they can grow tea, Honorable Speaker. People should not go to Brighton Yilgon's home to ask for school fees, because tea should be able to give them fees, Honorable Speaker. But the issues that are there, and I think they are addressed in this bill, and this is an act of parliament to amend the Tea Act to provide for direct sales of tea. Honorable Speaker, if we do away with these middlemen that have bogged down the tea sector, Honorable Speaker, we will make the tea farmers richer, Honorable Speaker. The other thing that is also happening is also to amend the payment system, Honorable Speaker. The payment system, which is very important, the payment of tea proceeds. Honorable Donya, and he is not here, but in the earlier part of this sitting, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Donya raised the issue of tea bonuses. Tea bonuses. Why should we wait until December to pay tea bonuses? What are the people doing in between there, Honorable Speaker? We need to address the issue of payment systems, Honorable Speaker, and proceeds from tea and the price of tea, Honorable Speaker. But more important, Honorable Speaker, if we make deliberate investments in the agriculture sector, and this is the house that gives out money, why are we giving money in other areas and denying the tea sector money, and yet if we invested in that area, there'll be growth, big growth that will touch everybody? Majority of the people in this country, Honorable Speaker, live in the tea growing areas, if I'm not wrong, Brighton. You know, if you look at the population, the way it is distributed, population distribution, you realize that the areas where tea is grown has higher population than other areas. Now, if you invest in areas, if you put your money in areas where there are higher population in that sector, Honorable Speaker, it will grow. And if it grows, everybody will have money in the pocket. And therefore, I want to thank the Honorable Bright Yegon and his team, Brighton Yegon and his team, and the people from the tea growing areas. And I want to tell them, this is a battle you must take to the last drop, Honorable Speaker. The battle to liberate the tea sector, the battle to make tea what it was before, the battle to take the tea economy, I want to call it the tea economy, to another level, Honorable Speaker. We will make this country a more vibrant economy. We'll make this country have lesser poor people, and we'll put money in the pockets of people if we invest in the tea, Honorable Speaker. You know, the Honorable Mukunji is a good friend of mine. And one day, I was appointed as his mentor in this assembly, to mentor him. But when he left my hands, Honorable Speaker, I can assure him that he's going to drown very soon. But the teacher is still around. The teacher is still around. I can still tutor him. I can still take care of him, Honorable Speaker. He's a young man. And but I want to say this, finally, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. You know, the Honorable Kinjuri was once Minister for Agriculture. And I like the fact that he's here, because we can borrow a lot from his experience when he's minister there. And when he was minister there, I think he did something significant in the tea sector, Honorable Speaker. And his contribution is very significant to ensure that we uplift the issues of tea and other crops, Honorable. For example, you know, the leaders in my area watched the cashew nuts and coconut die. The factories were closed, and they watched there and clapped for Moi and clapped for everyone. They did nothing when the cashew nut sector was going down, and the coconut sector was going down, and the Bixa sector was going down, and the castor oil sector was going down. And they sat and watched and thought just being in government was enough. I want to tell the members here, it's not enough. Fight for your people. Fight for the...
Thank you. Member for Ruiru, Honorable Kingara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, for giving me this opportunity to share on this very important amendment bill. And may I start by declaring that I'm a beneficiary of tea product, especially when those bonuses were there and were very fruitful, especially in matters of education. But, Madam Speaker, I always pose a question, and I ask myself, when somebody is happy or when people are happy, they say, let's have a cup of tea. Then I ask this question behind my mind. Is the producer of tea happy as the consumer? I don't know whether one had ever asked him or herself that question. Because it is ironical, you'll be happy of something which is the maker of that something is not happy. I think it should reciprocate the same. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I will not blame whoever came with the old laws which had been managing tea, because that was then. But, Madam Speaker, now we have come an age where everything is in real time. Those days, maybe people need a middle person, if I can use that word, terminology, to be able to reach to the next level. But, Madam Speaker, nowadays, you don't need that. If you want to have a meeting with somebody in Brazil, you just go real time and have a virtual meeting. Where do you then need somebody to do that for you? And you have a phone which can do that. Remember the other day, we just broadened the usage of computer in our country, especially whereby each and every ward should have an ICT hub. And I think that's what our young ones should be doing, rather than a middleman. You can sell your father or mother's tea through your computer. Why do you need somebody else? And yet you have gone to school and you have learned these things. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is very timely. We just need to be very positive on it. Maybe, because I have just seen it, we might maybe having some amendment which will bolden the engineering of the committee who came with this very good and important amendment bill. Secondly, Madam Speaker, things work well when there is an incentive. I appreciate the government effort, especially when they came up with subsidized fertilizer, because that's an incentive on the production level. Madam Speaker, it can go forward and come up with maybe other incentives, especially when you have added value on the same tea. Then the system should accommodate you by maybe more moderning or even lightening some taxes which can be able to make you look positive and also, if I would say, competitive. Because, Madam Speaker, if we are not competitive, then we will not find our market stability when it comes to competition. Another thing I know, Madam Speaker, the land of Kenya, because of the maybe volcanic type of our soil, it produces very high quality of tea. So, Madam Speaker, what happens? People out there buy our tea, then use just a small quantity to blend their tea. What of if we pack our own tea with that quality? You can see how happy and energetic the farmer could be if that came our way. And it is our responsibility, Madam Speaker, since we have the floor here, to sit and come up with substantial amendment which will support our farmers out there and the community at large. I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity. Although I do not come from a tea growing area, I do appreciate the economic importance and significance of tea in this country. Madam Speaker, as the mover said earlier, our foreign exchange, a lot proportion of it actually comes from tea, and every year is such a significant proportion that if we didn't have it, we really would not probably have a balance of trade in our hands. And yet, as this is going on, it has been noticed, and the mover said very clearly, that the performance of the industry is gradually diminishing. And the first indicator often that an industry is not doing well is the performance of the farmers, the main actors in the industry. He did indicate, depending on what part of the country, and I don't really think that matters. The farmers are not getting the value for their work. As members just said, tea is such a serious socializer that every time we want to interact, let's have a cup of tea. But is the farmer having an equal enjoyment as the people who are partaking of the tea, or as the people who are actually involved in the business? And it has come out clearly that all these have actually to do with the way we run the industry, starting with the management. It is clear that the cost of production is gone up and the management is not good. The mover said we have cases where there is overemployment in industries where the human resource issues are not managed professionally. The mover indicated that we are even using obsolete equipment in our factories that are not doing well, and efforts to actually get new factories, efforts to even produce power better are actually failing, and we never get there. So it means increasingly we are going to have higher costs of production. It is indicated that even the methods we use for grading our tea are archaic. We are still using our tongues to actually grade our tea. And I did appreciate when he said, it depends what you did the previous day with your tongue if you are going to grade our tea today. We really cannot afford to live in that era with a product that is so important to us. I therefore rise to support this bill because this bill is addressing those issues. As you can see in starting with clause 2, when we are going for definitions, and if you look at clause 11, they are talking of the direct sale of tea, defining what direct sale is, and that will actually ensure that the farmers will get better returns and quicker returns. And they have proposed that the payment should actually be 14 days after the auction has been done, and that the bonus should be quarterly instead of actually being done annually. And therefore, those are things that farmers need. And because we are doing annual bonuses, farmers have to rely on borrowing money from banks. And the banks are not the best friends of business people. And therefore, even when their bonuses come, after the end of the year, the interest will have, by that time, the interest of the funds they borrowed will have consumed all the benefits they would have done. So I think this bill is important. Again, if you look at the definition in clause 2, particularly D, when they are talking of exemption on value addition and defining what is value addition, again, that is extremely important in improving the returns for the farmers. And even more importantly, Madam Speaker, if you look at clause 4 and 5, they are actually restructuring the board that manages this. And I think if you look at that structuring the board, getting people, independent tea producers, who actually feel the pinch of this in the board is an extremely important thing. So with that, Madam Speaker, I actually support this bill, but we'll have to look at it in details when we come to the committee of the whole House. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
Thank you very much. Member for Gatanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this most very, very important bill which is affecting our people. Madam Speaker, Gatanga is one of the leading constituencies in tea production. We have two factories, Juna Tea Factory and Gere Tea Factory. And the economy of Gatanga, the backbone is tea and coffee. And therefore, I would say this bill has come in timely. Madam Speaker, I will want to support the bill with amendment. And I would like, first and foremost, to support the clause which proposes that the farmer's bonus be paid on quarterly basis, as opposed to the current situation where the farmers are paid on annual basis. This is very progressive in the sense that the value of the shilling today is more valuable than the shilling 12 months down the line. And secondly, I don't think even the farmers, when that money has been kept for a whole 12 months, they benefit from the interest earned by the KTDA when the money has been kept for them for 12 months. And therefore, this is very progressive. It's going towards making, strengthening the tea production in all the regions in Kenya, and I want to support on that clause. The second clause, Madam Speaker, I would like to support is on Section 13. Section 13, Madam Speaker, provides that licensed factory or management agent approved under Section 134 may undertake direct sales. Subsection 2 provides the prices offered at the direct sale shall be competitive and shall be sold at the price above the highest price recorded at the auction within the 3 months of preceding sale. Madam Speaker, the import of that is powerful in the sense that there are instances whereby you allow the tea to go to auction, and then there is an element of direct sale, but instead of farmers benefiting from a better price, there are deals which are cut under the table, so at least money can exchange hands. But this clause makes it very clearly that the price must be the price recorded at the auction, with the highest price recorded at the auction within the 3 months, the 3 months proceeding to the sale. That, Madam Speaker, cautions the farmers against exploitation. I have a few reservations, Madam Speaker, on this bill. Number one, this government introduced subsidized fertilizer. And my conversation with the factories, they told me that they were told to go proceed, procure, and anything over and above the subsidized price, the government will refund them. But Madam Speaker, the factories in this country, they are owed 4.8 billion in cost of subsidized fertilizer. The government has not refunded them. And what do? They went to the bank, they borrowed the money, and they're still paying interest on that money. And therefore, some progressive bills like this one, the fact that the government has not paid back that money to the farmers, to the factories, to KTDA, the gains which this act is going to get is being eroded. And therefore, I urge, and I think at the right time, I need to bring up an amendment to the effect that in the event that the government takes brings in the subsidy fertilizer, their portion must be paid in advance so that this kind of gains brought by this act are not eroded. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we lost market in Sudan worth 64 billion. The reason why the bonus for 2025 was low is because the farmers lost a market in Sudan. And how did we lose that market? We lost that market because this government went ahead to work with the militia in Sudan. And Sudan government said, no, If Kenya is doing business with Jajawid, then we ban their tea in our country. Madam Speaker, I would like to urge this. I would like to urge.
Order. Member for Laikipia East. What is out of order?
I'm just wondering whether Honorable Member Murray, whom I respect a lot, is really in order to issue a statement that he cannot substantiate that this government is working with people fighting another government. And can he be able to substantiate, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, this is information in public domain. This is information in every newspaper. And therefore, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to say long and short is this. As we proceed again to improve the tea in this country.
Honorable Member for Gatanga, a point of order has been raised. You've not addressed it. Member for Kilifi North.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to allow to let the member of Gatanga know that you cannot use the standing orders that not allow you to use newspapers information to support your point in this house. So if he is saying that the kind of things that Honorable Kinjuri has stood to on a point of order to say, and the only response he says by justifying what he said is that it is common domain and it is in the newspaper. Be cleverer than that, please. Standing orders are very clear. Withdraw what you have said, and we will ask you to withdraw and apologize for actually bringing in the issues of one country against another in this house, which is actually against.
Don't do the work of the Speaker. Raise the point of order. Honorable Mureu, can you substantiate and also note that standing orders do not accept newspapers? That is a fact as sources of information. So be very careful on the utterances you make on the floor. If you're not able to substantiate, kindly withdraw, because that is a serious diplomatic issue. Kindly take note and either substantiate or withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I know sometimes the truth hurts. That is, even the KTDA report, where they were announcing the payment for 2025, that is one of the remarks they made, that they have lost a market. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to help Mr. Mbaya
Member
here.
for Gatanga, the issue of lower payout is not in debate and is not in question. It's not been challenged. The issue that has been challenged is the diplomatic relationship between Kenya and South and Sudan market.
Madam Speaker, if you want me to bring information, I'll give me time. I'll bring that information to the House and substantiate. But I think it's also important for Mr. Mbaya, he may be most likely, and he started very well, supporting the tea farmers in my region. But suddenly, when we talk about the loss of the markets on the Sudan, I can see he's on fire. We know who you're acting for. We know who is playing that role.
Member for Gatanga.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to the second point. Madam Speaker.
Member for Gatanga, just for direction, the issue on working with militia will be expunged from the Hansard until you are able to bring proper information to the House.
I'm also obliged, Madam Speaker. I'll bring some start information. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on the issue of my reservations, is on the taxes. Which taxes? Taxes on what you call the packaging. You find that though there is no direct taxes on the tea itself, there is an element of taxes on the packaging. There's an element of packaging in transport. There's an element of packaging on the fuel. But Speaker, developed countries, what they do is subsidize their farmers. Farming business has no money. And therefore, would I want to see more subsidies as opposed to more taxation in the tea industry? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Karoli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll try and be very brief. I want to start by saying I come from a country that grows tea. I don't like this statement that I come from a region that does not grow tea. We are Kenyans. We are not regionalists. So I come from a country that grows tea, and I'm very happy about our tea growing areas. But, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to raise two historical issues and then make a proposal as to how best we could deal with this issue. The reason why we have certain structures in the tea industry that do not clearly benefit the farmer are historical. Remember, tea was introduced by the colonialists, and the Africans were not allowed to grow tea. So there are reasons why certain regulations were put in place from that time to now. And the way the market is structured to an auction and not an exchange, a tea exchange like they have in other places. And also in this country, we used to have something called the Exchange Control Act. So a lot of people wanted to steal from the farmers, and they would delay the payments up to the end of the year so that they could manipulate the exchange receivables, see how much they could keep out of the country, how much they could declare, how much they could bring in, and how much they could pay the local farmers. So if we understand that these two are the original sins for structuring the tea industry in the way it is, then we should be very bold. I am not sure that having a tea auction like we have had will help the farmers if our concern is immediate settlement of their receivables. We should then propose to have a tea exchange. A tea exchange. Because in an exchange, the settlements are immediate. There is no reason after selling your tea at the exchange why a farmer cannot walk out with its payment in 24 hours. Or an equivalent promissory note that he can walk into a bank and discount and get their payment. We should not even wait for a quarter to pay farmers quarterly if we have a tea exchange. That is what happens in developed markets. You have coffee exchanges, you have tea exchanges, you have other exchanges. The difference between the exchanges and the auctions is the period taken to do the settlements. And if we are truly serious that we want to help farmers get their payments on time, then we should think seriously of establishing a tea exchange and not a tea auction. Because a tea auction is then a gate that is being kept by brokers and various other interest groups. But an exchange is more transparent, where the tea factories would declare what they have to be sold for that day. It is tested, it is sold, settlements are done within 24 hours, and money distributed to the farmers. In other words, they'll be receiving their money daily. Because with modern technology, record keeping should not be difficult if you have a tea exchange. That, I think, is something we need to consider, but I support the initiative, and hopefully I will get one of my brothers who are very familiar with this business, and we work on an amendment. With those few remarks, I support, and I think there are other members who would like to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Laikipia East, Honorable Mwangi Kionjuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also rise to support this amendment. Very important, timely, and also I'm happy because all of us are consumers of tea, at least most of us. And again, we pride ourselves as a country. A number of things, like when we say we are coffee farmers, we are tea farmers, flower farmers, and we also dominate the international market because of the value of our products. Madam Speaker, we really have discussed this issue for a very long time. I remember being Minister for Agriculture. Same issues that we are coming up, they are the same issues we are discussing today. And if you ask anybody, what is the problem with the tea farmer in Kenya? They will tell you it's about market, it's about management, and those are the two things. How do we market and about management? A lot of reforms have taken place, but the more we reform, the more we continue complaining. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy that this government has taken initiative to ensure at least they are supporting farmers in this country. Among the incentives that have been done, for example, the fertilizer and other subsidies, and also if you look at management, it's a lot of changes that have happened now, Madam Speaker. However, if you look at the complaints that we are having, are we asking ourselves, are we doing the right thing when it comes to public participation, enlightening our farmers? Like the debates that have been there, Madam Speaker, is about discrepancies on who was paid how much and which factory was paid better than the other one. Do we still have extension officers who should be able to go and train our farmers, not only value addition to the finished product, but how you even do the grading, so that our farmers are aware of the consequences. If they do not follow the right farming method, packing method, what will be the consequences? So that farmers will not just go to the farm, start plucking their tea without knowledge of the consequences of the actions that you are doing in that farm. Two, this question of marketing. Why do we still market low tea to the international market? Have we tried to encourage investors? Do we have the right atmosphere for investors to come to this country? Because what they are doing with our coffee, with our tea out there, or our coffee out there, can also be done in Kenya. If you look at the factors that are supporting production, factories, value addition, they are all here. There is nothing you can say that there is a mineral required somewhere so that you can be able to mix up this and this to get tea, proper tea, to get the market. So what are we doing to ensure that we encourage our competitors, the investors, to ensure that even if they are given a moratorium, to ensure they can recoup their investment, and we save our farmers from those other people who are already oppressing our farmers out there. If you look at the last 3 years, through coffee, tea, international market, we have been able to stabilize our dollar, foreign exchange, and those economic benefits are spread across the country. Why don't we also have affirmative action to ensure that those farmers are also taken care because they take care of this country? When other countries were struggling on issues of dollar, this country was stabilized for the last 3 years. And we continue stabilizing our dollar, foreign exchange, through those products. Madam Speaker, if you ask yourself a question, why are they not paying promptly? And also monkey business here and there, whereby who benefits when farmers' money come to an account and that money is not paid in that days? Who are the beneficiaries? Why would you as a manager, be interested to keep farmers' money in the bank, and you know banks do overnight trading? Any 1 billion that hits an account to any bank in this country, that bank start earning interest on that money immediately. It is the same money that those banks use to lead government. Why would you give them capital to continue making money when our farmers are suffering? Those are simple questions. Who has interest? Who is the beneficiary? When the farmer is not paid promptly, who benefits? Those questions can easily be answered. But as usual, when you talk of corruption in this country, when you talk about management, who can pay their own way, those are the questions that we need to understand. Why don't we have a system that can pay promptly? We have been informed that coffee farmers are now enjoying their money in good time. What's the difference between that coffee farmer and a tea farmer? So, Madam Speaker, I think we should look a way forward, ensure that our farmers are properly supported, put the systems into place, let the county government work alongside with the national government so that our farmers are supported from growing of tea to the international market where they market their tea. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support these amendments.
Very well. Member for Manyata, Honorable John Gitonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support this bill. And Honorable Speaker, I come from a place where coffee is among the highest revenue earner for our people. In Embu, Honorable Speaker, we have close to 4 factories. We have Kadangarire factory, we have Rokorire and Mungania. Honorable Speaker, whenever bonus is around, even the wazes in the village do feel good.
And Honorable Speaker, this bill that seeks to check on liberalization of the market is a bill, Honorable Speaker, that is going to help, especially on the whole fake issues that happen around the auction and KTDA. Honorable Speaker, direct sales will really help us to ensure that even our marketings are quicker and faster, and farmers, Honorable Speaker, will get their returns in record time. Kenya is among the leading exporters of tea, Honorable Speaker, with close to almost 400 to 500 thousand metric tons of tea being sold every year. But, Honorable Speaker, while we are thinking about this, it's important, Honorable Speaker, we look at over-legislation of many sectors of our economy and the implementation of the bills and laws that we pass in this House. While we are supporting this bill, Honorable Speaker, it's good to also be privy to the bonuses that came out. And, Honorable Speaker, why I am supporting it is one reason that instead of the tea farmers waiting close to a year for them to get the bad news of a poorly priced bonus, Honorable Speaker, it is important that farmers, just like any businessman, to get a quick turnover of their hard-earned money, Honorable Speaker. That will make even their planning better, and it will make it easier for them to be able to run about their business. Honorable Speaker, I agree with many speakers that the next course of action must be pushing for value addition. And I'm happy that among the proposals is to have tea levy not being levied on value-added tea and packaged tea, Honorable Speaker. It is everybody's knowledge that the tea that we take in the US, in the UK, and those countries is actually Kenyan tea, only that it is actually mixed with other places without the same quality as ours. Honorable Speaker, what we call English tea is well-known Kenyan tea. And the value addition is where the farmer can earn top dollar. And I would propose a very elaborate campaign to ensure we start selling our tea that is well branded, well packaged, and that is going to take over the world. Everybody in the world knows Kenyan's tea is the best. I am aligning this, Honorable Speaker, with a bill that I've proposed in this House. I've proposed a bill called Local Produce Consumption Bill. It is a bill that is meant to entrench and ensure we promote what we produce, more than, Honorable Speaker, making sure that we don't have things that we are producing for ourselves and we are not promoting our own produce. Honorable Speaker, if we are able to actually do value addition, and many factories, especially from my area, have tried to package, but Honorable Speaker, they have not gotten to the standards where we can have their produce going global with the branding that they are doing. The government is where they're supposed to come in. The government must come in with very elaborate campaign to ensure they promote the branding of our produce in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. It is a shame also, Honorable Speaker, that 90% of our tea is for export. How do we depend on foreign entities for close to 100% of something that we produce as a country? Honorable Speaker, I would propose, and I have seen it being practiced in countries such as China, which is the biggest producer of tea. Whenever you sit down like this, Honorable Speaker, you are served a cup of tea. When you go to bed, you are served a cup of tea. In Kenya, we also have to push to ensure our local...
Order, Honorable Mukunji. You will have a balance of 3 minutes. Order, members.
Ningemaliza tu.
At the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 5th of November 2025 at 9:30 a.m.